Action.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Hello everybody and welcome, and thank you for coming today. I'm Louise Platt.
And I am Elsa Lejeune.
We've had lots of emails from us organising today, and we're really, really delighted to bring such a great mix of people into the room, from academics, activists, policymakers, charities, such a range of people. It's really great to have you here. I'm just going to quickly do a bit of housekeeping, the really boring bit. You've probably all discovered where the toilets are. They're just through the door here. There is tea and coffee outside, which if you just need to go and get refreshed, please do get up and go and get some. And we have lunch arriving. A plant-based lunch is arriving at noon as well. I just want to say some thank yous to people who've kind of supported putting this event on today. Elsa and Rebecca's travel and involvement was funded by the Institute of Humanities at Northumbria University. My kind of contribution was funded by the Department of Operations. I'll just give its short title. We'd be here all day. Within MMU, and I want to say a really huge thank you to my colleagues at the back here, John Sibley and Evan Wilson, who are running all the online activity and recording the event, hopefully, yes. So we can share the recording afterwards, and hello to everybody who's joining us online via the YouTube link as well. If you are joining online, you'll have noticed there is a chat that you can add questions, and my colleague John will be keeping an eye on that chat as well, and we can make sure that those questions are put forward and any of that discussion is kind of brought into the conversation as well. I just want to really quickly hand over to my colleague Professor Steve Millington. So Steve is a really great champion of my work, and I'm really grateful that he supported this event in his previous role as head of the Business Transformations Research Centre, which existed when the planning of this event started.
It's a university, what do you
and now no longer exists. So the support for the event came from Business Transformations, the funding came from my department. So Steve's just going to say a few words about the work that we do here.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. And as I say, Louise thought it's very important at this event around inclusivity of a white male professor in his middle age. No. So I did go to comprehensive school.
Oh, there you go, tick.
I've got some class background there. No, I'm here in my hat. I've got many hats. One of them was the research centre hat. This event didn't come about by accident. There was some Seed Corps funding which helped the development of the artwork. We ran a research seminar last year which was almost fed into. This is not here by accident, it's been a process of development, and the idea was to grow this network a little bit. If we can't do knowledge exchange within the university, we thought we'd try and do some knowledge exchange outside of it and share some ideas. So we're really encouraging of that, building on the academic research, but making it, people say, what university are you from in Manchester? They say Manchester University, and I say, no, we're from the useful one. Is that online? But I've got another hat, and the other hat is a director of the Institute of Place Management, and there's some flyers there. I'm not pushing membership, it's a bargain. But it's an unusual organisation. We've been around since 2006. But we built on previous things before that, and we're a professional body, but we're sit within the university. So we've got a membership of about 1,000 people across the country and beyond who are policymakers, practitioners. These are local government people. Sometimes they're business improvement district managers. Sometimes they're senior civil servants, and lots of private consultants, and sometimes lots of community activist groups as well. What brings that diverse group together is a mutual interest. This is our ambition, is to make places better. That's it, by heaven, whatever means. So we operate in that interface between strategy and actually doing stuff. And this is where I see this work in particular as being very central to that in terms of inclusive placemaking. And it is about the everyday experience of place. That's where ordinary people live, in that space. So the kind of issues and challenges you'll be discussing today are of vital importance, because it's little iterative changes to a locality can vastly improve people's experience of that place. And if that's all we can do, let's do that. And the IPM, the Institute of Place Management, can help and support and amplify that, and that's what we're doing today. So what I'm hoping will come out of this is, yes, let's think about joint academic publications, joint research applications across different institutions, but also what can we do to help policy and practitioners and community groups as well. What evidence do you need? Do you need toolkits, frameworks, a piece of paper that says, the university says what I do is important, evidence, validation to achieve your objectives, and we can help and support and amplify that through the institute. So that's all I'm going to say. So I hope it goes really, really well.
Thank you.
And I'm sure it will, because you're in capable pairs of hands there. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much.
It's a bit like classic, but I'm off to somewhere more important. Just get a sandwich.
So we will have time at the end of today. So the idea is at the very end of today we're going to have, we've left quite a bit of time to do some of that discussion around what we want to see happen next, and where can we take this forward. We don't want this to just be, let's all talk about nice things and then never see each other again. And I think that's kind of drives everything that I do. It's, I don't just want it to be a talking shop really. Let's kind of keep conversations going. So we're going to start today by myself and Elsa kind of talking a little bit about what brought us together, because this is the first time we've met in real life, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we've kind of got together over this shared interest. So we thought it'd be quite nice to kind of open this event to talk about what brought us both here today, to kind of bring you together as well. So I'm going to hand over to Elsa first of all to take the lead. And then move on.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you all for coming today. It's really exciting to meet some of you that have been in touch for many, at least a few months, if not longer. And it's really an experiment, so we're going to see how things land and how things resonate. And it's about really as much, like I said, it's as much about talking to people and also just listening to others. So I'm just going to introduce myself very quickly for those of you who don't know me maybe very well. I'm a historian. I work at Northumbria University in Newcastle, and I'm originally an historian of the environment and actually a historian of the US. So, but somehow today I'm going to talk about the UK and I'm going to talk about mobility. So obviously I'm very new to this. There are people here who've been working on this for much longer, so I'm really here to learn. The reason that I came to research mobility is because, of course, of my personal experience, and I think both Louise and I came to that topic from personal experience, from the fact that my perspective on mobility changed when I had children, quite simply. And also my perspective changed from coming here as an immigrant from France and being confronted to the difficulty that is walking in the street in this country compared to continental Europe. And that every day is something that I just feel very, very passionate about. So for both of us, it was about reflecting on this. I'm just going to say a few words about the explanation for the words we chose for today's workshop. And maybe Louise has a different version of why we chose these words. But the idea was to work on walking with, right, rather than walking on your own, because it involves, like I said, a radical shift in the perception of your surroundings, in your experience of the built environment. I mean, I didn't even know the word for curbs before I had children, because why would I? It means new worries, new fears, but also new joys. Of course, everybody's speaking of conkers, for those of you who have little children at the moment. Walking/wheeling with infants and children. The infants was especially important to Louise, because again, it involved different movements, different contraptions, different challenges, different joys, an entanglement of bodies. Louise writes beautifully about baby wearing. Walking/wheeling, because moving with children, especially young ones, is difficult, it's dangerous, it's slow, which is often why parents tend to resort to cars, because cars contain, they protect, or at least they seem to be protecting. And wheeling, quite simply, make things just a lot easier moving around with young children. It means for us cycling, but also scooting, using a pushchair, a pram, a wheelchair or other mobility devices used by people living with disabilities. So there's also this inclusive element that we wanted to make sure we had right, that is all parents should be included in this conversation. Now also the choice to focus on walking/wheeling rather than pedestrianism, which is a common notion in mobility studies, which I think is maybe more restrictive in the sense that it's focused on the car-pedestrian binary, whereas here was also exploring walking for walking itself beyond its immediate purpose as a mode of locomotion. Now, let me just say a few words about why now why the need now for this event. I'm a historian, so I'm going to put on my historian's hat. We are allegedly, and I think we are, I actually do believe that, we are in the midst of an active travel renaissance. At least that's what a government report said back in March 2023. And according to that document, it all comes down to COVID, the COVID lockdowns, the fact that we basically couldn't socialize for many months except when being outside. Now, for me, the COVID lockdown absolutely accelerated the trend, but my sense is that this was happening and this has much longer roots. And again, as a historian, those roots, I see them in the pioneering resistance of ordinary people, activists, academics, and some visionary towns and council in the 60s and 70s who refused to give up public space to an all-automobile future. I see a connection from these pioneers to the more recent wave that I see happening. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm open to corrections, but I see something happening in the last 5-10 years, again, taking on my historian's hat and trying to take some distance. I see a new wave of activism and creativity around walking and wheeling-friendly streets and paths, which is partially linked to the rising threat of climate change and the new climate justice movement that started in 2018, called Greta Thunberg, Extinction Rebellion, etc., but also around there are other factors at play, I believe, as well. So around that time, new family-focused organizations, charities, and events around walking, cycling, air pollution, the climate crisis, road safety were created. Mum for Lungs, established in 2017. We have Liz Godfrey with us. First critical mass held in the UK in 2015. We have Pauline with us to talk about this, among other things. Blaze Trails, founded by Katie, who's with us, founded in 2020. School Streets which started to be supported by Sustrans in 2018. We have Ali with us. I could keep on going, but really this is, for me, something's happening clearly in the last 5-10 years, and this is wonderful, and at the same time the background against which this renaissance is happening is grim. And in fact, one could say that it's partially happening because, or in reaction against, the increasing challenges that walkers and wheelies experience, especially when you're walking with children. There's been a recent spate of tragic children's death linked to road violence, most tragically, most astonishingly in Wimbledon this summer. If you remember, a Land Rover crashed into a school. So it's not even walking, you're not even safe in a school. And we could also mention the deadly effects of air pollution in the case of Ella Kissi-Debra, who is the first young person who has air pollution on her death certificate, who died in 2013. Now, locally in Manchester, we have some positives to share. We have the critical mass happening on Sunday. I'll be there. We have Sarah Story, Active Travel Commissioner for Greater Manchester, who just announced her Vision Zero commitment, so Vision Zero serious injuries and death on roads in Manchester. Nationally, we have the Safer Street campaign, which is happening on the 30th of September. I'm sure many of you know. But should zero deaths be our only objective? Shouldn't come together with more ambitious, imaginative goals for streets that would be about play, about social activities, exercise, community? Should streets be only about efficient mobility? No, of course not. And so that's why we're here as well. Really have to stop me when I go too fast, but I'm almost done.
It's okay.
Now again, putting on a bit more firmly my historian's hat for a second, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the scholarship on walking with children, where we're at with this. So there's a vast scholarship at the intersection of sustainability, the environment, and mobilities, at least since the 2000s. Again, I'm saying that as a newcomer. There's numerous research labs and groups in the UK who are represented. We have Salford and University of Westminster and their research groups on mobilities represented here. Historians, those I know the most closely, who focus on pedestrianisms, they have powerfully reframed the rise of automobility as a recent phenomenon which generated much resistance throughout the 20th century. In other words, it's not a natural, it's not a given, and it's about, that kind of work helps us denormalize the car and renormalize walking. So I find this very powerful, how history reminds us that who gets to be considered a legitimate road user, a legitimate user of public space is contested and can change. And it also reminds us that mothers led the resistance to automobile domination in cities. I've read so many incredible research on that. It reminds us also that friction has always been part of mobility, and that new narratives, new representations are important to accompany new mobilities. So important to see those critical mass posters all over the city with those happy children cycling. In parallel, I think I can speak to the fact that in all disciplines there's been a renewed interest in mothering, parenting, and childhood studies, thanks to new feminist methodologies that draw attention to the everyday life, and in particular to the work of care. This is already changing the field, the interdisciplinary field of mobility studies, with more and more attempts at gendering mobility, gendering walking, gendering pedestrianism. There's still too little that we know about how race, ethnicity, disability affect your perceptions, your ability to move in your surroundings, especially with children. So there's a lot more to do. Now today we're bridging, hopefully, the gap, or we're trying to open a dialogue between local efforts, local authorities' efforts, and charities and organizations and activists' efforts to change our surroundings with academics. There's a long history of collaborations on these issues of active travel. In fact, many of you have a lot more experience in this than I have. And I think there's also we can say the same is true about motherhood and parenting, that there's always been a lot of collaborations between academics and non-academic stakeholders. But what about the intersection of those two themes? How can we get more parents interested in enjoying walking with their children? How can we change the walking environment, whether urban or rural, to make it more amenable to parents and children? What do parents and children need? And how can we researchers maybe help achieve your goals for those of you who are practitioners, campaigners, or part of local authorities? Now, we hope the dialogues help open, or continue rather, this discussion. Thank you. I hand it over to Louise. I hope I didn't speak for too long. But
No, that's fine. I don't need to say very much now. You kind of I'm just going to talk a little bit about what brought me here in relation to my work. So as Elsa alluded, I had a baby, and that kind of changed my perspective on walking. I've actually written about walking before in an academic context. I've written about walking with dogs, and I've written about walking processions. So I've always been fascinated by movement through spaces in different forms. And I think a lot of this comes from my background in performance studies, through dance, through theatre, and I'm really interested in the movement of bodies through spaces and what that does to the bodies and what that does to the spaces. So I think I'm probably, Steve keeps telling me I'm a geographer. I think I'm probably a geographer. I don't want to kind of decide. So during 2020, I had a little boy in the May, and obviously we were in quite restrictive lockdowns in Manchester. As some of you might remember, I think for about a 365-day period, we spent about 300 of those in lockdown, some form of lockdown. So the only way for me to actually meet other new mums was to invite them on a walk. So that's what I did. I went on Prestwich Mums Facebook group and said, who wants to come on a walk? And one mum turned up, and I could have cried. It was like the greatest moment of my life to see this woman with her little baby in the sling. And we went on this walk, and after about an hour and 20 minutes, we were like, oh my God, we should really go and feed our children because we were just so happy to be able to speak to somebody else in this open space. We quickly realised that the space through which we were walking, so this kind of all contributes to this thinking quite early on. We were walking through Prestwich Clough, which I don't know if some of you are local know about. It's a forest park. It's not necessarily the most accessible in terms of buggies and prams. So we decided to next time meet in Heaton Park, which is a very large municipal park in North Manchester. I think it's the largest municipal park in Europe. Am I correct in saying that? People are nodding. Which is much more accessible. Mums could arrive by car with their buggies and all the stuff that comes with a baby. And I think that's something that's really important to think about when we think about walking with babies. We come with stuff, yeah. And we come with more stuff than we probably actually need because we have a worry that we've not got the stuff that we need. So we started a walking group in Heaton Park. Obviously, because I've been writing about walking, at this point I wasn't going to do any research about it. I was just a new mum on maternity leave. But I was making little notes about the walks that myself and my son were going on, things that we saw, things that I was thinking about. So when I came back to work, the events that I'd been researching, which were the Manchester Wit Walks, they weren't happening. So I thought I need to kickstart my research. I've just come back from maternity leave. I've got to think about my career here. What can I do? So I thought, well, this is what I've been doing on maternity leave. This is what I know about. I can write about walking. So this is where the development of the Walking with Babies research pamphlet came from. And I interviewed some of the mums that came on the walks with me. So a lot of this was done in the context of COVID. So at that time, that walking with babies was much more challenging in terms of toilets were locked. They locked all the toilets in parks. They removed benches from parks, so there was nowhere to sit down. So I've got stories of mums trying to change babies who've had punamis. I'm sure we know what punamis is. We can imagine if we don't know. Change them in the boot of the car in, November. It's not ideal. So I think one of the things that I've been really interested in is about actually walking with a baby is quite often not very nice. It is quite challenging. And I saw a lot of narratives around go on a walk with your baby. It's great to get you back active and it's going to be really good for your mental health. And it is. But I think we've got to think about the challenges to overcome to get those benefits. So one of the things that I'm really interested in, very much links into what Steve was saying, is about the places in which we live. So a lot of the walking that I think about, and a lot of the walking I do, is out of my front door, and it's been really great to connect with Katie and Blaze Trace to think about other types of walking. How can we facilitate walking that is, going up a mountain, going on a real trek. That is not an impossible dream for someone with a baby. How can we facilitate that? We might think, actually, God, it's just too hard, we're not going to do it. But also this walking that we do around our localities is actually quite challenging in its own right, and actually, maybe it shouldn't be. So I've developed this work further into the manifesto for walking mums. So there's copies for the manifesto at the back of the room. I kind of produced them as a nice fold-out leaflet. I've also got online versions which I can share with everybody as well. Just to start to think about really simple solutions. What do walking mums want when they go for a walk around their community? And it's like Steve said, a lot of these things are really simple, to just make places a little bit better for everybody. And what this means for place managers is creating accessible, nice environments for people, for all people, essentially. If you can make it accessible, it benefits everybody. So for me today is starting to, I love theory. I'm happy writing academic papers. I could just do that all day if I was allowed, but I'm not. But for me, I'm at that point now with this work where I've kind of got that ground in, I've got that theoretical, I've got the empirics, and now I need to start connecting with people like yourselves that are in this room today to sort of start to translate some of that work into things that's useful, essentially. and this is the starting point of that journey for my work. So it is, this work's only been evolving over the last couple of years, and I've got ideas to extend it. I'm hoping my colleague Anna Powell, who's at University of Huddersfield, I hope she's joining online. Hello Anna, if you're there. And we've got plans to do some mapping of walks with early families around West Yorkshire area, and turn that into a sort of a creative exhibition of those maps to start to think about what are people's kind of sensory experience. I don't know, I'm doing this, like, it's like the stuff that, I don't know if anyone else's child, like, you know, they put their head in trees, they sit on the floor. It changes the way you think about your local places. You know, the way I walked through Prestwich Clough with just my dog was very different to how I do it now with my child. And it attunes you to that, and I know Rebecca's going to talk about that kind of close to the groundness of children. And I know I'm going to use some theory, I'm really sorry. So Anna Singh, she talks about this, like, children being like this ferality of children and what they can teach us about the environment. You know, this kind of touching the ground essentially, and it connects us with places and our community in very different ways. So I think I'm going to stop talking now so we can set up the first dialogue. I thought, John, you were waving at me then to do something. So we're going to set up for the first dialogue, which we've had to do a little switch around in the schedule. So we're going to look at playful spaces first of all. So we're going to need to just set up one speaker on Teams, who is presenting from Newcastle, Professor Alison Stenning, and we've got Pauline Johnston, who's going to be the discussant on that as well. So we're just going to do a quick switcheroo, if that's okay.
I'm going to introduce you very shortly. Okay, so I'll look at
Oh, Alison!
Hello. So,
Yay!
I think I've sort of got the YouTube link on as well, so hopefully I can kind of still weirdly see myself.
Yourself. It's got a little delay, hasn't it? So you might be able to watch yourself in.
That will be curious anyway. Alright, okay.
Right, we're going to, so Pauline is going to present her slides first, and then we'll pass over to you, if that's okay.
That's fine, yeah.
So I'm just going to minimise you for a moment. just on the screen. Let me just get...
I'm going to start our first dialogue, Playful Spaces. We have two speakers today. First, Pauline Johnston, who's Station South Cycle Cafe founder and is behind Civic and Social consultancy. I will not speak too much about Pauline because she will cover some of that today. But she's currently apparently infiltrating local authorities, developers and big projects in the north of England. Consider their existing and future streets and spaces in the context of child embracing active spaces for people to get about freely and having fun. So that's really it. And then we'll hear from Professor Alison Stenning from the University of Newcastle, who's joining us online. Who will be speaking about children, families, play in neighborhood spaces of care during lockdown. Alison is a social geographer with a particular interest in everyday and emotional geographies and relationships we build with our streets and neighborhoods. She's also an activist working locally, regionally, and nationally to advocate for and enable everyday play on streets. So I recommend you look at her blog on the Newcastle website. Thank you. So I'll give it to you, Pauline. So we've been deliberately very flexible with presentations. In this case, there's only two of you, so you can go for 10 minutes easily.
Probably won't. Yeah.
Okay, then the point also is, like I said, to have you guys interact after your initial presentations and then with the group. We have 45 minutes for dialogue and 2 or 3 people. So there's time. There's no reason to
Okay.
Yeah,
lovely. Right. Okay.
Hi everybody. I'm really excited to be here today in a room full of people who are probably quite I guess advanced in their thinking about what should happen in place. And I just want to kind of start from a point at which I kind of fell into being an accidental advocate of walking and cycling really through I guess living in a place that was super diverse and had its challenges, and it locked me into thinking about my childhood, because I lots of Terrace streets, lots of kind of kids trying to play, trying to get about, trying to connect with other people, but they felt really that they were inhibited. So I was like, what can we do to try and improve
the place that I lived, called Levenshulme. And I kind of thought back to where I lived in Glasgow, and a kind of council estate that was in a different way inhabited and quite underinvested in, and how we had to kind of try and find ways to make our own fun and connect. So that's kind of, I think I've been thinking about this a lot since I started up my consultancy, where my passion comes from, and it's definitely about the equality of place for children, because then they become adults and so on and so forth, and if they've not experienced that for themselves, then what hope is there for the next generation, etc. So yes, today we're talking about playful spaces, and I guess the first question I'm going to pose and chat to Alison about is play should and can be everywhere, so why isn't it? That's a little picture of a repair stand outside Station South, which cost about £2,000, and it's become a subject of play for the children that go there as well. So these kind of low-cost interventions that end up being activators of play in space, more of that kind of thing. But next slide, please. Yeah, so as I'm sure you know, some benefits of playful spaces: promoting physical activity, exercise, encouraging social interactions, intergenerational conversations, and kind of, I guess, different classes mixing with each other, increasing that connectedness, acting as a catalyst for more playful spaces to be considered. When you see what other people have got, you want it, and again, adding in more greenery and enabling people to enjoy the rest of the social infrastructure, if there is any. This is obviously one of the play spaces that have been built in and around the super blocks in Barcelona, which is just, it's just doing great things, and every time I go, it's always advancing at pace as well. So it's definitely one to go and explore if you haven't. Next slide. So yeah, I'm a founder, director of Station South. That was, again, looking at an opportunity that kind of hadn't been embraced, and a flagging building, and I think kind of having that idea-based mind about what if, it was a case of what if that turned into something that was amazing, and I didn't realise that it would be a 6-year journey and blood, sweat, tears of all kinds to get it to that point, but it's alive and kicking now, and it's thriving, and it's still evolving, and it's enhancing the assets that are already in Levenshulme, and its kind of mantra was to be the cycle cafe for everyone, and that was including trying to find ways to bring people into the space that
might not traditionally be, you know, the avid cyclist, and kind of upskill people, but kind of do it through the back door. You know, so kind of like, hey, we're just a cafe, we just do good coffee, and we happen to teach people how to cycle or how to repair bikes and how to kind of put on their own events if they want to in the space as well. So, you know, from the seed of an idea, and then kind of throwing that out to the wider community, like, do you want this to happen? And then the investment that came back was the kind of catalyst for that to happen. And it does take time, it does take energy. Would I do it again? I probably would, but you know, like, I had a really micro team, like myself, Abigail Pound, and then laterally a guy called Mark German. We all had different skills. None of them was project managing a building that was falling down with a bridge on top of it, but you know, maybe the next place would just be a little tiny unit. But yeah, so it's doing really good things, and it's got a long way to go. And then Manchester City Council have bought the building as well, so it's kind of an asset that, you know, whatever happens, will always be there. Fingers crossed for the wider community. That is in its contract. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so that's it. This was kind of going back to that point about, like, you're kind of developing ways to build social infrastructure, but also the co-design elements of this space. The kind of spit out of that was to create just a little space, and that was the kind of before it was planted around, but that kids could cycle around and practice and on their balance bikes and such. When it was getting built, even, like, people were just like watching it with fascination, like, what is that? In the Station South brand, and it's, you know, a year on, it's just every day. People aren't even going into the cafe for a brew, but you know, they are going there with their kids to play, which is fine, which is what we wanted it to be. On their scooters, running, cycling. So it's that cost. I think that particular part of the landscape was about $6-7 grand in total to develop. When you think about that as a pot of money, and you think about how you could replicate something like that in other places potentially if you had the will there, you know, the change that you could see in district centres across the land would be amazing. Other things like getting people along with their kids to feel comfortable in a place, and then chatting about issues and activism kind of comes through conversations and always with a coffee in hand. And then getting out and about with, like, one of the things that we did was through the business plan was try and ensure that in the first year at least we'd have funding to have a community involvement coordinator, and she just happens to be amazing. Her name's Anna, and like she's just been an absolute strength, and we knew that from before, from the work that she'd done before. So getting her in and her ability to connect with different groups and support their journey into cycling has kind of brought new customers to Station South, but it's also kind of sparked people's ideas of what they want their neighbourhood to be and what it isn't currently. So, yeah, next slide. Yeah. So, another little thing that I did on the side was instigate the Lemon Bee Network, which was the Greater Manchester's first active neighbourhood. Myself and another person who shall remain nameless put together a bid. We did some preambling community meetings to see if people were up for it, and they were, and whether they'd be up for me doing a bit of project coordination on it, and they said they were. So the idea turned into reality, and when we kind of nudged and kicked through the doors of Manchester City Council and said, hey, have you heard of an active neighbourhood before? Nope, not really. Well, we could get some money here, let's do it. Yeah, sounds great. And then then we kind of shuffled together a team, and it was supported with kind of volunteers in the community to develop this filtered neighbourhoods, mini Holland, livable neighbourhood, active neighbourhood, 15-minute town city, and it, you know, I guess it's still an ongoing thing. You may or may not know about it, you can look it up. But I think the point was that the ambition to transform the space into a place where you could connect to those assets, what was at the core of it? It was joining the dots, bridging the severance that exists on big roads like the A6 in Manchester, and trying to kind of go from different sides. I mean, it's like polar opposite sometimes when you think about Levenshulme. It's like one side of the A6 is very different socio-economic vibe to the other side, and it's like, well, if you had a way to connect that, you would then connect the community better. So, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's a little bit of the way there, and I guess the test of time will be the next phase of this, to see if all the other things that will support people to walk and cycle and wheel around their neighbourhoods, goes in. So it's still a case of bring it on as far as I'm concerned. Watching with excitement. Next slide. Yeah, one of the things that we tried to do was put some funding into development at the kind of before the full business case, when we were kind of to put like I guess they're like statements of intent, kind of high impact. What's that thing on high streets and on side roads, and obviously parklets. There's a brilliant woman called, I think, Brenda Pugh down in London, who's in Hackney, who's kind of done it on the hoof, and then Hackney have gone, we like that, and we'll take that on, and now they're kind of popping up everywhere, kind of community-led parklets. So check that one out if you haven't heard about it. But in Manchester currently, there's really not an appetite for it, and I've kind of tried 3 times to get them on roads, and it's still trying. So I think that they are temporary, and they're a great way to reprioritise space, but more than that, they're great for I guess people and children, especially kind of exploring their high streets and giving over more space to them. I just wanted to point out, and I'm sure anyone with young children might have seen this, if you've got an empty bike stand, but it is the play equipment of the day. Like, it just becomes monkey bars or like swinging, like dancing around. I think stick 4 of them on a high street and you've got some natural play equipment when they're not in use. The one in Chorlton, we tried to get it on road, on Beach Road, and on various other streets in Chorlton as a kind of touring parklet, but ultimately we had to do it on a car park, a private car park. It was good though, it was really good. Next slide.
If you can
wrap it up.
Yeah. I mean,
so
you can.
I'll
2 more minutes?
2 more minutes, cool. So part of these projects was developing school streets, and we all know the difficulties with that and manning it and voluntary stuff, kind of pushing for change to kind of create ANPR, which is the kind of recognition cameras that are being used elsewhere. Next slide. Play streets, I think Alison knows a little bit more than me. I've kind of just helped deliver that in a couple of different areas. Next slide. So now, so I've set up my own consultancy. I am infiltrating different spaces, developers, local authorities, and I'm kind of nudging people along to kind of join a network of advocates to build play into plans. And I think that play is a child-friendly city or town or neighbourhood is one where walking and cycling has already been considered in the planning stage, and every policy that exists should have play built into that. You know, it's the right of the child to get about, the right of the child to play. So, and everyone can get on board with that at like that base level. Children need to play, they need to be outside. And how do you do that? You need to connect places to get them to it. So that's one idea that I'm kind of forming and developing. The other idea, and that's something that I'll kind of leave on this point, is developing some projects around on the way play, which is kind of a very specific thing. Child eye level kind of graffiti art that kind of takes you from home to school, from home to shop, from shop to park. And I'll be doing a little project soon in Greater Manchester. I might need some support on different types of academic things that I'm not as good at. I'm just good at getting stuff on the ground and making it happen, taking nice pictures. So yeah, we can talk about that later if you want. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much, Pauline. We're going to hear Alison now, if you were to
Yes.
You want, you can start.
Okay, Alison. Can you hear us?
Need to unmute Alison, maybe?
No, she's
Yeah, I think
unmuted.
I'm unmuted now.
Yes, okay.
Sorry.
Oh,
I'm just trying to, because I think there's a delay, so it's very weird. So Pauline had only just stopped talking. So sorry. Can you hear
Oh,
me
sorry,
now?
yes, there is a delay on the YouTube link, yeah.
Yeah, but you can hear me now, and that's all right.
Yeah.
So and just want me to make a start.
Yep, thank you.
So yeah, I mean, like everything that Pauline was talking about was just kind of firing off all sorts of things in my head. So I'm kind of hoping that we'll be able to sort of develop this in all sorts of different ways in a moment. I think like originally I'd kind of said that I was going to focus particularly on thinking through and talking through the research that I'd been doing during the pandemic, looking at the way that children and their families had kind of used their daily walks to engage with and connect to their neighbourhoods and the kinds of relationships and practices that emerged out of that. And I will talk about that a little bit, but I thought in the context of talking to Pauline, it would make sense to kind of broaden this out a bit and talk a bit more about the different areas of my research which connect to these themes around walking and wheeling with infants and children. So I'm a social geographer, and I've got particular interests, I guess, generally in how we connect with our everyday geographies, focusing on the spaces of our streets and on doorsteps and in our neighbourhoods. And I've done that kind of in different ways and in different contexts for most of my career. But over the last few years, this has really developed through a particular focus on play and how play works in those places. And I think as others have said and suggested, this shift happened for me as I became a parent as well, and as I wanted to think about and create and enable spaces for my daughter on our street and in our neighbourhood too. So I started running a play street on my own street in 2015. So we've been running that for almost 8 years now. My daughter was 4, and that was very much motivated by a desire to create opportunities for her, but also to create opportunities for me and the other adults and children on our street to play in and connect to our most proximate environments. And from that point in late 2015, my engagement with play streets and playing out and more broadly with neighbourhood play has kind of expanded. And I gave up trying to keep my activism and my academic work separate in about 2017. So for the last 6 years or so, I've been enabling and promoting play streets in North Tyneside. We have about 100 streets across the borough that have been involved in running play streets over the last kind of 5 or 6 years. Bit more, maybe 7 or 8 years, at one of the most active and kind of largest schemes in the country, despite being a relatively small borough. But also working kind of in the Northeast more generally and beyond. And I'm now a non-executive director of Playing Out. So I work very closely with Playing Out down in Bristol to think about, promote, develop, enable Playing Out, but also the wider agenda which speaks to kind of children's capacity and ability and opportunity to play out on their doorsteps. And so that kind of that it's not just about kind of individual occasional moments of safe play on streets, but about a wider agenda of enabling landscapes and neighbourhoods that give children the opportunity to play on their doorsteps. And so this kind of merging then of activism and academic research is very much kind of what I'm doing now, and what I've been doing over the last few years, and kind of where it's going. And I should say that I also now, and increasingly, particularly in the context, kind of the post-pandemic context, involved in wider local campaigning around walking and cycling, and including organising our Kiddical Mass here in North Tyneside, which is a week on Sunday, not this weekend, and supporting other kinds of initiatives around walking and cycling, but particularly with an interest in children and families here in North Tyneside. So I might come back to some of the more specific stuff around kind of children and their families and their daily walks during the pandemic, and I'll kind of touch on that as I'll go through. But I suppose I just wanted to, I guess, set that in a broader context and think about the questions that Elsa and Louise have kind of posed for the academics here about, you know, what we're doing, what the kind of key scholarship and literature says, and what we're trying to achieve in the course of our research. So we know that children want to play on their streets and their doorsteps. There's enormous amounts of play work research that confirms that. The work, particularly, for example, of Mike Barclay and Ben Tarwell, who make up Ludicology, some of you will know their work, emphasises in most of their research, working with children in playful ways, that if children are given a kind of clear and free choice, enabled choice, if you like, they will choose spaces on their doorstep to play. And we know that kind of from the worlds of social media and beyond, there's all these kinds of suggestions and accusations that that's not what children want to do. Children want to be on their screens. They want to be kind of playing digitally. And that's clearly a part of children's playful lives today. But more often than not, in a context where that's not, where they have a choice to think about and engage in outdoor play, that's what they want to do. And they want to do that on their doorsteps. They don't necessarily want to do it in big destination playgrounds, for example, neighbourhood play, whether that's kind of on their streets, doorsteps and green spaces, but also small kind of neighbourhood playgrounds. That's where children are choosing to play. And Pauline's talk kind of made reference to this, and I think this is probably something that we'll be able to kind of think about and tease out during the day, is the interrelationship between doorstep play and children's kind of growing mobility. So Tim Gill, who writes about this stuff a lot, has talked about the ways in which kind of, you know, the doorstep and play on the doorstep is quite literally the first step often for many children in terms of their growing kind of mobility with and without adults, kind of beyond their homes. It's the step beyond the home, and it leads and enables leads to and enables all sorts of kind of other movements and mobilities beyond the home. We know that children move differently to adults, and Louise and Elsa both talked about that, and we'll hear about that much more during the day. You know, children's movement, even when they're trying to get somewhere, and I liked what Pauline was just talking about, the kind of on the way play. You know, we all know that that's such a kind of typical kind of presentation of how children play, that they don't just get somewhere, they stop and play on their way. Their movement is playful, haphazard, arrhythmic, and so on. And that whole sense of collecting twigs or sitting on curbs and in drains and in the middle of the road, if they can do, is at the heart of kind of how children move, but also at the heart of how children get to know their streets, connect to their streets, feel at home on their streets, and feel that those streets are their streets as much as they are those of adults, and particularly of car drivers. We also know that play can prefigure the potential of public space. And again, Pauline was talking about those kind of statements of intent that people kind of turn around and go, well, what's that? And that can be a kind of something like a parklet or an intervention of kind of pop-up urbanism. But often children's play forces those kinds of prefiguring, those rethinkings, those kind of opportunities and enactments as well. So, you know, even the idea that children take a bike stand and turn it into something else, that children's play offers up different kinds of opportunities, different kinds of alternatives, and puts them into practice. They are literally kind of enacted day in, day out as children play. They change the feel or atmosphere of the street. They suggest what might be kind of possible beyond the existing imagination and kind of representation of the street. And some of that kind of resonates, I think, with people's experiences during the pandemic as well, particularly in those kind of early months when the streets were quieter, when school and work were dislocated, and families and the children and their families were much more likely to be at home and in their neighbourhoods and often present in playful and active ways on their streets. And so suddenly you saw this emergence of all sorts of different kinds of playful acts on streets, whether it was kind of rock snakes or chalking on hopscotches, and we saw these kind of social media, these kind of enormous great big hopscotches that stretched down streets, and for example, but just the way in which children re-emerged onto their streets, and I guess in these moments of shifts and changes, and there was all sorts of other kind of much more difficult stuff that was going on for children's play during the pandemic as well, but we saw kind of, I guess, what might be possible if our streets looked and felt differently. And kind of there's all these different things that kind of go on in and around kind of shaping kind of children's play on their streets and what it might mean for other spaces of the street and other spaces of children's and families' everyday lives. But of course, we know that access to doorstep play and mobility is extraordinarily unequal, and it's unequal for all sorts of reasons. It's unequal because of investment and disinvestment in different kinds of neighbourhoods, and concerns and questions around kind of litter and antisocial behaviour and damage and environmental threats, for example. But it's also unequal because of the time and capacity of families, and particularly obviously mothers who do or don't have the time, the capacity, the energy to invest in things like establishing play streets or maintaining and supervising the spaces in which their children play on their doorsteps and so on. And we know, of course, that cars are overwhelmingly the biggest barrier to neighbourhood play, but those kind of cultural shifts and neighbourhood contexts are also critically important. So kind of in that context, trying to kind of pin down what particularly kind of I'm interested in, at the heart of kind of really my research interests, which then provoke a whole set of different other questions, is kind of what happens to the relationships on and with our streets when we play on them, or when we're given the opportunity to play on them. So lots of that for me relates around relationships of care on the street and with the street. So that might spill into connections between neighbours, but also might kind of think about how we care for our streets in a whole variety of different ways, and how we prioritise and think about what happens on our streets and what's important on our streets. And I think it's also, and there's been kind of mention of this at different points already this morning, and I'm sure more this afternoon, that those relationships which emerge on our street through play are intergenerational. It's not just about families, parents and their children. It's often about older people. I mean, it might be about grandparents and other generations and their grandchildren or great nieces and nephews, but it's also about the different generations on the street, and those in different kind of familial positions who can kind of for whom spaces of connection are also kind of created through play. And we've kind of documented that in all sorts of different ways. But we also kind of see that those changing relationships kind of to the street itself emerging through reimaginings of the streets and linking to kind of wider social and environmental concerns around access to and the quality of neighbourhood spaces. And those kind of emerge in conversation with neighbours on the street, but also through the kind of post kind of, you know, when even when we're not playing on the street, those conversations continue and develop and so on. And so, you know, that kind of question of what happens on our streets, but that leads into this question of thing, well, if potentially all of this good stuff happens when we play on our streets, how do we make access to that good stuff, the opportunities enabled by play on streets, how do we make that stuff accessible and equal, and how can play on streets be enabled, supported and valued, particularly in neighbourhoods that are facing greater disadvantage? And so thinking then about the scales and structures of organisations and institutions and individuals that are needed to enable play to take place, and that might be things like youth and community work, sports organisations, for example, so locally trusted organisations based within communities. It might, of course, be residents themselves, but it also might be and needs to be local authorities. And then we have, so that this isn't just a question of kind of empowerment and opportunity kind of within communities, but also thinking about kind of those structures that enable and permit and legislate for all sorts of different kinds of more playful activities on streets, whether that's play streets or others. And I think that kind of connects to some of what Pauline was kind of suggesting. I think talking about the particular example of Manchester, and I think one of the things that it might be interesting to reflect on today is thinking about the ways in which these sorts of opportunities and possibilities have been taken up by different local authorities across the country, and we see that in the kind of patterns of play streets, I guess, across the UK, but we see that also in the emergence of things like parklets, or even things like low traffic neighbourhoods and others that kind of spark that opportunity. And through all of those questions, then I'm really, really interested to think about how play on streets connects to concerns around social, spatial, and environmental justice. And I think that sense that we've kind of got of, play being a way in which often adults, as they become parents, starting to see much more clearly what the kind of the kind of granular kind of environments of their doorsteps are. They start to spot the things that are dangerous, the things that are risky, the things that afford opportunities for play. They start to see that in much greater detail, but then they start also to see those kind of risks and threats in much clearer detail, whether that's kind of bad curbs, for example, stairs that lead through a park that you might want to kind of otherwise access, but also then that sense of kind of things like air quality, things like obviously cars, and the ways that those are kind of unevenly distributed. So, and I think I'm kind of that we can see when you enable children and their families, and often play streets are not just about children playing, but also about adults playing too. We can see an increasing interest in these questions around social, spatial and environmental justice, documenting, valuing, feeling the spaces of the street and the injustices around them. And I think I'm increasingly interested in thinking about then how creating opportunities, or at least reflecting on and engaging in the possibilities of play on streets, opens up these questions of thinking about what's missing, what needs to be demanded, what communities need in order to kind of enable play on streets, and whether there's a sense in which conversations around and attempts to play on streets can open up these questions of social, spatial and environmental justice, and empower communities to start or to find, I guess, kind of find playful and kind of easy ways to engage in those much bigger questions about social, spatial and environmental justice. That actually, if we just start playing on our streets and in our neighbourhoods and on the green spaces in our neighbourhoods, what does that open up? What kinds of conversations and dialogues and connections and coalitions does that open up? And I think I'm really interested then in how that also links to these much broader debates around walking, wheeling, getting around, active travel, how we imagine our streets, what we want our streets to think about. And so how does play on streets then connect to these kind of other reimaginings of streets and their functions around active travel, low traffic neighbourhoods and so on? Questions of access, community justice, and how I guess kind of coalitions can be built between those kind of engaging in play and those engaging in these other spheres of kind of mobility and getting around and leisure and pleasure. And clearly we can see today that an awful lot of the people that are working on these themes work across these themes as well. So I will leave it there for now and come back to kind of some of that in discussion, hopefully with Pauline.
That's 20-second delay, so this was seamless.
Until 20 seconds time when they see it.
No.
Pauline, if you want to respond to Alison, and then we can open it up to the room.
Can I just confirm, Alison, can you hear okay? People can you hear Elsa and Pauline?
Can you hear me? Or is there a delay?
Yes, I can hear you. I was trying to work out which screen I should be on, but I'm still not on YouTube, so I've got no idea when you're getting this. But yes, I can hear you and see you, Pauline.
Teams is real time, so we'll stick with Teams. Yes.
You're behind me and outside of me. Doubled up. Yeah, I guess Alison, one of the, if we wanted to kind of like focus on something that we've kind of both been involved in, it would be that activation of place via play streets and open streets as they were rebranded here. But it was very much like I fed into the practicalities of that delivery, the playing out method, which is kind of foolproof, that the knocking on, getting the support, the letters, getting the buy-in and the advocates, and then seeing the magic happen and then rinse and repeat. I guess the challenge
was around there was no policy. Now there is a policy in Manchester, although there weirdly was a sign 2 streets away from one of the play streets where there was a permanent play street in place that wasn't being enforced or yeah. But I guess my kind of question is that these things seem to require an inordinate amount of activation again and again and again, and like how do you, it seems that up in the northeast there's 100, whereas here, you know, that there isn't really any, you know, that sustained from the days that we've done in Chorlton and the days that we've done, apart from one-off events that become events, which I know the philosophy is to unevent them, you know, to normalise them, which was something that I think the kind of larger organisations struggled to get on board with, the radical uneventness of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's tons of interesting stuff, and I could talk about this obviously for hours. And I think, but I think that question about the work that goes in, because I think you were talking about kind of low cost, big impact, and I think in some senses play streets clearly fit that model, but actually they require an awful lot of labour, and that's most often the labour of women. And I think, you know, and we kind of say sort of, you know, in this kind of, oh, you know, it doesn't take much, you know, we'll do all the preparation, and all you need to do is buy a box of biscuits and play out. And it's clearly never like that, because there's door knocking, there's making sure that people are around, there's navigating, you know, occasional neighbours who don't like the idea. And I should say that in all of the work that we've done up in North Tyneside amongst this kind of 100 streets, the number of complaints I've had, I could probably count on the fingers of 2 hands. And that's you know, God knows how many households and neighbours are involved in 100 streets. But I mean, we get remarkably little pushback. But you know, when that happens, it tends to be quite kind of tough, and it's individuals often that are dealing with it. And I think, you know, when we've done that, you know, as an organisation, Playmeet Street in North Tyneside, you know, we take on quite a lot of that for residents. And I think this, in a sense, it's a model that's worked, and it's quite an unusual model across the UK in terms of how this is kind of developed. But then it leaves open the questions of what happens. I mean, you know, most of that labour is mine, and the point when it then I'm kind of going, well, actually I don't have the energy or the capacity to carry that on. What happens, and what's the legacy of that? And I think then it falls back into much more the sort of pattern that you've been talking about. And I think that sense in which, and I think that's, you know, these kind of notes that I was making when you were talking, was this idea that, you know, that it is low cost and big impact, loads of the stuff that we're talking about, but it all requires labour. And sometimes it's kind of easy to resent the idea that, you know, these things that are so important rely on the labour of a few women usually, and certainly often volunteers and or kind of non-profit organisations who are working extraordinarily hard to achieve things that, you know, those of us here in the room see to be, you know, our right to, you know, to public space, to move freely and safely amongst in our neighbourhoods, and particularly for children. And I think that can be kind of very, very frustrating in that sense that, like, why are we fighting so hard for something that's so obvious? And I think one of the things I like about kind of activism around play is that it's actually really difficult for people to say, no, you know, it's not good that children play, because it's so, you know, it's like when people complain, you're just kind of like, it's just a few hours and the children want to play, you know, how can you? And I like that, but you know, it relies so much on some of that stuff, and it really depends on local authority support. And I think, you know, and you know, so I think one of the big issues for playing out is that sense of kind of scaling play streets up so that it is just ordinary, and you know, and that all local authorities have policies in place and people who support this kind of with, you know, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a huge kind of role. And that's interesting, as you say, that kind of that historic play street stuff as well, the signs that you kind of seen sort of around the corner. I've done bits of work of that, and my friend and colleague Sally Watson has been doing stuff here in Newcastle around, I'm here in Newcastle because I'm currently in Newcastle, but about the historic play streets. And you know, the historic play streets were set up from the 1930s onwards, and they started in Salford. That was where they were kind of originally developed, kind of from New York, where the model originally initiated. But then there were up to 600 across the UK, and they tended to be in large urban areas. in more working class communities. So in exactly the kinds of spaces that even today we need to kind of rethink those questions of children's access to their doorsteps, to space to play, to getting around kind of freely and safely. And it is interesting, you know, like that our landscapes, our urban landscapes are still lit. We have dozens of old Play Street signs in North Tyneside still, but they mean nothing and no one pays any attention to them. But they legally still exist. Those streets are all still legally play streets where actually, you know, people aren't allowed to drive up and down. I mean, if some of ours are kind of from sunset to sunrise, but clearly no one pays any attention to them. And one of my kind of back burning projects is that, you know, we should get people to start enforcing those.
That's interesting. I know one locally. You can add that to the list. I guess it's what would, with your experience, what would be your kind of number one ask for communities to local authorities to make that kind of step change from, you know, the idea to more of a permanent fixture? Is that happening anywhere? Like, are there reintroducing permanent play streets?
No, not that I know of. I mean, I think there are some places that have moved from kind of running play streets to having, you know, sort of more permanent kind of pop-up interventions. So, you know, kind of whether it's you know, modal filters or parklets or whatever, that there is a sort of an ordinary reclaiming of the street. But I think, you know, I mean, it's a huge, but I suppose that's it. It's like, you know, kind of, I guess it's the kind of presumption that it's okay for children to play on streets. I think that's what I would kind of, you know, and you can't make that kind of presumption only legally, because obviously it requires car drivers to pay attention to it. But I think that sense in a kind of shift in culture to kind of accept and acknowledge that streets are where children play, and that's what, you know, a big part of what streets are for. And I think, you know, we see that in some places, and we see, you know, but it's, you know, I mean, even in North Tyneside, where we have 100 streets, obviously we have thousands of streets who've never had, you know, a play street. So it's an extremely small minority, and only happens in certain parts of the borough as well, and all of those kinds of things. So I mean, but I think that kind of sense in, you know, sort of building kind of, you know, pulling people together, building coalitions. I think probably ensuring that play is at the heart of active travel agendas. And I think, you know, Active Travel England, I think, you need to be challenged on this as well. And I think, you know, Chris Boardman has spoken extremely eloquently about the importance of play on streets, but how that filters through into the, you know, that actually active, you know, what the allocation of road space through active travel measures is not just about getting somewhere. Someone talked about that earlier, that kind of, that I've kind of lost my notes, but you know, that it might that, you know, it's about it's not just about moving, it's also about kind of hanging around and dwelling and sitting on a curb and, you know, meeting your neighbours and all of that kind of stuff. I can see Elsa appearing in the background.
Sorry, I'm sharing the sessions. I'm the cop on time. We have some comments online from Emily Williams, who's kind of reinforcing what you were saying, that it's not sustainable in terms of the labour that it requires. It's just starting from her experience in the Highlands on Sunday, where she's running her first trial after 4 years. Is there, I mean, we have 1 minute. We've not been very good on time. If there's a comment, one question that we can then pick up later this afternoon, that we won't respond now, but if there's someone who has a burning desire to respond to that first panel, now is your time. Or maybe I made it a bit too much.
No, it's fine. I think we can continue the conversation. Oh, Ruth, I might need to repeat it for Alison if Alison can't hear. I don't think that works for the teams. So no.
Yeah, no, it's so interesting. Like, really enjoyed hearing very funny. I just wondered, like, have you connected with like countries like Iceland and Nordic countries? Because I was there recently and I really noticed, like, there was playgrounds in shopping centres and stuff like that, and it was like incredible. Like, I walked into a shopping centre and then suddenly, I was like quite stressed out and we were in the middle of some sort of minor disaster, and I was like, oh, it's literally a playpen with climbing equipment that I can just put Lyra in, my daughter, and like go and solve my process. They should have these everywhere. So
they should, and that's I guess that's one of the things that maybe later it'd be good to talk more about. The work, the kind of work. So
I don't need it, do you? No, you don't need that.
The work. That,
Fun though, no?
the work that I'm Mike. The work that I'm focusing on now is how to, I guess, find ways and means, money, and the will, in developer circles and planning circles to install that type of thing. You know, like from the start, and the social value to that. If everyone's talking about that and talking about building communities from the outset, and Homes England are talking about it, and everyone's talking about it. What simple, cost-effective interventions can happen from the outset when you're building commercial spaces and residentials? So yeah, it'd be good to think that out a bit more.
I think we need to end now, but we've had some interesting questions online, and maybe we can just kind of like I'll try to gather them up, and we can dig that up again this afternoon maybe. And now we're moving on to dialogue 2, which I think you're sharing.
I am. I'm just gonna sorry, Alison, because I don't really read, but I'm just gonna like hang up on it now. Is that okay?
Just for the guys.
Okay.
comfort break there before the next dialogue. I just grab my notes. So I am absolutely thrilled to welcome Katie and Ruth, who I have worked with, and we've met online and we've done work together, but we've never actually met in person. So I'm really thrilled that they're here. Ruth Norton-Doe is from the University of York. She is an NIHR 3 Schools Postdoctoral Research Fellow at the International Medical Social Research at the University of York. She's currently exploring solutions for perinatal loneliness. Ruth's interest in mental health research stems from her lived experience, and her research approach is to co-produce interventions and evaluations with communities, the voluntary sector, and health and social care professionals. Ruth organised baby and parent walks for Blaze Trails CIC during her maternity leave, and is currently working with Blaze Trails to explore how they can diversify their reach and measure their impact. Dr. Katie O'Neill Gutierrez is the founder of Blaze Trails CIC, the UK's parent and walking community. So what started as a local walking group of her own has rapidly grown into a network of 50 plus local walking groups with 100 plus volunteers and 10,000 members. She's forged links with commercial and non-profit organisations to advocate and support families who want to get outdoors with their children. Katie previously held strategic and research roles within the Children's Society and holds a PhD in geography from UCL. I took that from your LinkedIn. So this dialogue is going to focus on walking for well-being is the theme. So I'm just going to pass this.
Yeah, absolutely. Do I just put that on?
Wherever you can. They're not great for women, are they, these microphones? You don't have pockets. Like a little flip thing.
Thank you so much, Louise. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm going to start off with a little bit of an introduction to Blaze Trails, our organisation, and then the link into Ruth. And Ruth's going to then talk about some of the impact and kind of evaluation work that we've done and some exciting developments we've got coming. But yeah, I don't have a slide, like a whole deck. I've just got this selection of some of our gorgeous photos from across our community, which I just think like show some of the joy and the community that kind of comes from being outdoors together. So a bit of background and what we do basically. So I'm Katie. My professional background isn't in the outdoors, but I suddenly found myself running an outdoors organisation. My background, like Louise said, originally was in academia and research. And then I moved into the children's non-profit sector to try and kind of bring evidence and research in to change kind of the services we could offer children and families. And then when I had my first daughter in 2017, I had quite a traumatic labour and ended up kind of with this amazing new baby, and once I'd figured out how to get myself out of the house, realised that I just loved walking with her and that she loved being outside. So I once she was about 5 months old, I sort of had a little Google for like a walking group near me. I just thought this is so obvious, like parents and babies should be out walking all the time, and I just couldn't find anything near me. So I decided to set up a really local walking group, and it just sort of started with friends, and then friends of friends were coming along, and then before I knew it, I didn't know who was coming. I was like, oh, you're new, you're a stranger. And I realised that there was this really wide appeal amongst parents to have an informal but kind of really relaxed and inclusive way of coming together that didn't necessarily involve like a traditional baby group. Before we knew it, we were kind of off, sort of started quite local, North West London, and then we were off out into the Chilterns and doing more adventurous walks. So it was like my first mat leave, and I realised that walking with a baby was like a thing. And then when I had my second daughter in early 2020, I was like, right, I'm gonna make this thing a thing, and I was calling it Blaze Trails by that point, but it was really small. And then the pandemic hit, and I was like, oh God, I'm like, well, that's it. None of us can see each other, so that's that idea down the drain. And of course, as has already been talked about, actually COVID kind of really instigated sort of a much wider revolution around walking, and it was the only thing we could do. So once we were able to meet up, I formalised my group again, and people started getting in touch from around the country saying, wow, I love what you're doing. You can see what we were up to on Instagram. And they asked me to help them set up walking groups near them. So we've now formalised our organisation. We have a kind of replicable model that everyday parents can pick up and go and kind of start a walking group. in their area. We're now a community interest company. We have 57 groups now of parents getting out for baby carrying, pushchair and toddler walks. And that's all over the country. We've now got about 15,000 members. It's growing so quickly, and over 100 volunteers. So yeah, I just frantically try in the background to keep up with the admin of running that kind of organisation. We've got an amazing team of all volunteers, at the moment all women, and yeah, a lot of the background work is unpaid female labour, which yeah, is something we're trying to kind of address also. But yeah, our aims are basically to bring people together to help people kind of gain confidence outdoors, get some fresh air. We are seeing, and this is, Ruth will start to talk about it as well, but we're really starting to see some important evidence coming through around the positive impact we can have on mental health in quite a universal way. So people who are, don't have kind of formal mental health needs diagnosed, and also people that have had sort of more acute mental health illness. And yeah, for us, it's really about kind of, we've talked also about like the practical challenges of like walking with babies. So for us, it's about, even if you don't come on a Blaze Trails walk, a big part of what we try and do for parents is to provide practical information and kind of quite, you can do this. A lot of it's quite cheesy confidence building, but actually it's like, it doesn't matter how confident you are, if you have a baby, your confidence can go to rock bottom, and it's about building up people's confidence and really simple things like kit lists, like what should I take? It doesn't need to be the kitchen sink, but there's a couple of key things that borrow our kit list and get out, kind of people have said it kind of really helps to have practical support. So yeah, I think now what we're really trying to focus on is particularly focusing on supporting underrepresented groups to get outdoors. So far, many of our groups have been organised by white women. That is kind of understandable for the type of women that probably have time on their hands, maybe, or maybe have the confidence or the kind of the leverage within their communities, maybe. But ultimately, the evidence is really clear, particularly for like black mums, for example. The outcomes around mental health and birth trauma are staggeringly unequal. So, there are many more groups who could stand to benefit a lot more from kind of getting out with their babies. So we're trying to kind of partner. We're doing a lot more around like local partnerships and campaigning to try and kind of increase sort of access for all different groups. We want to make our organisation more sustainable. So yeah, I can't tell you, I wish I counted the number of hours of women kind of unpaid that have gone into the creation of Blaze Trails. It's staggering, and we have received some funding. We've brought in over £30,000 in the last 2 years, but it's really tough. There isn't the funding for this kind of work. We didn't get a piece of work, a big fund. We were told at the final panel that we'd made it to that we should just keep doing it for free because we're doing such a good job, and our leadership was exceptional, so just keep doing it for free, and I just completely broke me. So yeah, after a couple of months, I'm kind of feeling ready to go again on different funding bids, but it really shows, like, and it was so powerful that the previous speakers talking about, yes, it's low cost, it's high impact, but actually the amount of labour is unbelievable. So yeah, anything we can do as a forum to kind of try and like make the case. A big part is about building the evidence base, so actually going to policymakers and saying like, this has a massive impact. This is not just mums walking around the park. It's so much more. So how do we build that evidence base to get it funded? And then how do we reach more parents? Like, I just want to share the love. So it's about, amplifying images like these and, helping more people get outdoors. Yeah. Hand over to Ruth.
Amazing. I'm going to stand up because I like to be mobile whilst I'm talking. So thank you for the introduction, Louise. Yeah, I'm so excited to be here today. This is like a huge passion of mine, walking with parents, infants, babies. Delighted to meet. Thanks for organising this, Louise and Elsa. So I just wanted to explain a little bit about where I come from in this. So I'm an applied mental health researcher, but sort of my interest in this also really stems from my own lived experience, like so many people that have already presented. Like, I've researched loneliness and mental health for a while, but then when I had my daughter in 2021, I had like a bit of a mental health crisis, got quite
bad postnatal depression and felt really lonely. And I was like, well, what do I do about this? And I'm quite lucky, I'm quite privileged, I suppose. I sort of had the resources and the experience and through my research to sort of know what to do. And I joined a Blaze Trails walking group, and I spent my whole maternity leave walking in my local area, meeting friends. I'm actually going on holiday with someone I met through Blaze Trails at the weekend with our toddlers, just me and her and our toddlers. It really did like sort of transform my life. So I come with that experience, and I'm really like aware of that and have to be quite reflective of that in my research, because then I moved on to researching Blaze Trails. So I've been a mental health practitioner and support worker. I've retired from organising walks for Blaze Trails. I tried to put it in the past when I focused on my research of it. And I work with Blaze Trails around evaluation impact, and also run a little project in Sheffield with the Perinatal Mental Health Service to bring walks to perinatal mental health. So that's next slide, please. So overview today. I'm just responding to these questions that were asked. So what is the scholarship literature saying? What are our research questions? What methods are we using? And what is the change we want to accomplish? So as I'm sure lots of people here know already, 20% of new parents experience postnatal depression. This is mums and dads. The figures, men aren't routinely asked, but from the research that I've done, these figures are very high for men too. It can costs postnatal depression and other perinatal mental illness cost up to 8.2 billion a year, and that's often in terms of like lasting impacts to children. That's where that huge figure comes from. Many new parents, there's a huge literature around the barriers of getting active for parents. As you can imagine, it's time is the big one. Lots of other things as well, like difficulty, as Louise's works highlighted, the spaces. And also new parents are really at risk of loneliness. So there is evidence generally that walking and being outside and preventing loneliness improves health and well-being, and there are promising but scant evidence that walking groups may increase activity and foster social connections in the perinatal period. So there's a few little studies around like little pram walk projects. Often it's like the unintended outcome. So an intervention will be like, we need to get these people active and moving, and actually the biggest outcome was, it's a social connection that was really important. There's a lot of, generally with walking groups, I had a colleague that did a literature review as part of an impact grant and looked at the impact of walking groups on mental well-being for people that use them. And there's very white, middle class women, heteronormative. Evidence is lacking for walking groups with underserved communities, men, dads, minority ethnic religious communities, and people on lower incomes. So that's also true in the perinatal period, so that's what the literature is saying. So our research questions, what we're really interested in is, trying to work out if walking with babies, infants and toddlers does improve children's, parents and caregivers' well-being and reduce loneliness. That's what primarily drives my interest. And if so, what are the mechanisms that bring these changes? Like why does it improve well-being? Like what is it about walking in groups that helps people? And then considering that most members of walking groups are white middle class women, how can we bring these benefits to other communities? So that's what drives the research. So all of this research that I'm doing on working for wellbeing has been partly like voluntary as well. So a lot of the work I've done for Blaze Trails and the evaluations have been completely like free. I'm not paid to do them. And it's separate to my paid research work. I just want to make that clear. This is, there's a little overlap, and also Rebecca Noland, who's over there. Say hello, Rebecca. Yeah, she's also interested in, researching loneliness in parents, and she's been helping out as well with also her time supported by work. So it's, again, it's sort of free. Move on. So what methods have we been using? So we've done a big user survey. 218 members of Blaze Trails replied. I still haven't analysed because again I'm doing it in my sort of spare time. There's like over 10,000 words of open qualitative data there, which is just like astonishing because a lot of them were closed questions, but people were writing a lot. And like 218, I didn't get ethics for that, which is really annoying on a professional level, but we'll have a really good report. So the other thing that I've done is an organiser in London set up with Blaze Trails a pilot project trying to get Syrian refugee families walking in their local borough. So I did an evaluation of that. And obviously like language is a barrier, so we used like little mini zines, so like creative methods, and also the refugee families took photos on their walks and drew pictures of the things that they liked about the walks. So that, yeah, those really like creative methods were so effective. And yeah, you don't want to, when someone's going through like a hard time in that perinatal period and going on a walk, you don't want to like just jump in there with like focus groups interviews. Like it's nice to do like a creative sharing activity. So that worked really well. So I've also used the similar methods evaluating the sort of, not intervention, I hate that word, but it's just like academic speak, but the sort of similar thing walking with perinatal mental health service. So women in Sheffield that have used perinatal mental health services, either statutory or the local voluntary one, we set up like a walking project with that too and evaluated it with similar methods. And then finally, as part of my fellowship, I've done, well, Rebecca did the 3 focus groups because I thought maybe I'm a bit too close to Blaze Trails. So she did 3 focus groups with members and organisers for Blaze Trails, and we're currently in the stage of analysing that. So yeah, what do we want the research to accomplish? We want, yeah, effective, doable initiatives to improve wellbeing, reduce loneliness and prevent mental illness for new parents. We want support for parents to adventure outside with their children, also inspiring the next generation of active children, because children will do what they see their parents doing. Yeah, reduced health inequalities through access to walking for underserved communities, and this is like what drives me the most at the moment. I'm really passionate about this. Especially, yeah, we'll get onto it, some of the impacts. Yeah, and we also want to produce a toolkit to support co-produced walking projects that meet the needs of different communities. And that might not just be walking, actually, like just getting people outside and active, and some of the play spaces stuff that I've been hearing about is really inspiring. So, yeah. How long do I have left? Just.
Yeah, we're okay.
Okay, good. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'll just briefly talk about what I've found so far. And these were, yeah, I know, yeah. This is like the really, yeah, this is basically a really small pilot project, but the Syrian refugee walking project. So what happened there was they did 4 walks in different parks around Greenwich, Syrian refugee families and the workers from the Greenwich Inclusion Partnership. You correct me if I'm wrong, Katie. Yeah. Yeah, so I interviewed a couple of the parents online as well, but yeah, some of the things that came out of that, I was pretty astonished. So some of the refugee families told us that they didn't leave the house, they didn't leave, and hadn't left, and then suddenly they were going to like every walk in the local area. So what came out of that was, yeah, the improved well-being. They actually said that they saw friends and family on the walk, so even though the friends and family were living locally to them, they weren't seeing them, but they all went to the walks. Yeah, visiting new places. They lived in London, but they'd never been anywhere, so they hadn't accessed their local park, or they might just go to the school route and that's it. They actually went to Greenwich Palace, is it? I think it's called that. Yeah. Their physical health as well, like they had like informal chats about how good it was to get like the heart pumping and exercise, and learning English, which is a huge, like the biggest barrier to, you know, feeling lonely and excluded for refugee families. They were learning the words for trees and yeah, conversations with all the volunteers that went along. So a lot of them said that they learned new English words. So it's quite difficult to achieve. So yeah, I was very impressed by that. And that evaluating that made me think, well, what can I do? And that's when I thought, well, I'm really passionate about perinatal mental health. So I want to partner with the Perinatal Mental Health Service and set up a similar project, but with women that have experienced like perinatal mental illness. So we'll go to the next. So yeah, this is probably like I've created a theory of change around how postnatal like walking groups can improve well-being, which I found out they did. So what the mechanisms were, like why people said it made them feel better, were because they accessed peer support. So this was like a safe group, because a lot of people that are experiencing like acute perinatal mental illness might not want to go to a general walking group. Things like, people have told me that, you know, they didn't want to like out themselves of, oh, I spent a long time in a mother and baby unit. So if someone asked them, oh, you know, those hard sleepless nights, they were like, well, actually, someone looked after my baby all night and stuff like that. And also feeling like the stigma of mental illness. So it felt like a safe space for these people to go along. And then with the idea that they might then join Blaze Trails walks generally. So yeah, they said that they access support from other people. It normalised the experience of perinatal mental illness, because we made it clear as well that me and another volunteer from Blaze Trails had both accessed perinatal mental health services. So it was like, you know, we're all got the same shared journey, and that was important to them as well. The well-being, the walks helped the babies settle as well, and the parents said that they saw how settled the babies were on the walks too. And the walking, there's something about the walking that helps people feel comfortable to talk, which I'll get on to as well. So the next slide, Jet. So the one participant commented that walking made them feel free, and another one said, walk away your worries. And some participants said they would never have taken their baby to a new place, but the walks helped them build their confidence. So they said, they realised it was actually fine to just change a nappy in a park, but they hadn't realised that before. But they thought, it doesn't have to be like you have to find a toilet stressful, I can just do it here. So it's just, increasing that. So there's some selected themes from the first analysis that are the focus groups that Rebecca did, and Rebecca hasn't looked at these, but I couldn't help myself to go through them first because I was so interested. I'll just think I've got some quotes, but the flow of walking, so like the fluidity of the group meant that people weren't forced to sit next to each other at a baby group and just like, this is it now, I'm with that person. They could if they could move around and choose someone else, they didn't have to talk if they didn't want to, like they could be fluid and move around the group. I think I don't have a quote for that one. Yeah, that's it. So someone said, so for me it really ranges in terms of who you click with and then just how the walk happens, how many styles there are, I don't know what that says actually, sorry. So it says, you might just miss that person and then you find a new person and then you start talking. So I really like that kind of fluid nature of the talk, of the walk. You're not committed to that person for 3 hours. You can if you want to, but if you don't get on, it doesn't have to be. And if you let them go first because you've had enough of talking to them, then there's no social awkwardness. And I just love that. A lot of participants are saying that. It's like, I'm in control. And the other thing was, confidence and resilience through facing adversity. Like, it's coming out of the data really strongly, and it came out of the data of the perinatal mental health walking group as well. And this is a picture of us all going over a cattle grid with prams in the Peak District, because the last walk of the perinatal mental health walking group was actually in the Peak District, which is a whole story in itself. But that felt really challenging. But we all bonded so much, like helping each other carry buggies over the cattle grid. And other people have talked about like being up a mountain. And for some people, it's just leaving the door. But it's like, okay, there's a difficult thing here that we're doing with babies, and it makes people come out in the focus groups quite strongly that leads them to have confidence in other aspects of their life. So it's like overcoming this challenge. Something for me, which I guess is like the obvious one with baby walking, but well, maybe not actually, maybe it's just obvious to me, but a lot of baby groups are about, the baby, and walking is like, actually this is for me, like the baby can just be quiet now and I'm gonna like talk and get some exercise. I've gone wrong. So then the other thing that I think is huge is about what walking does for sharing like trauma and in a safe space, because if you've been on a Blaze walk and you're listening, you can just hear the conversations, and they're wild, like they don't happen at other baby groups from my personal experience. But so this quote I think covers it up. Because of the environment, they're really quite happy to share distressing things, this is with the organisers, about things that perhaps, that if we talk about they'll tell you about their difficult birth stories and all sorts of things, which I don't think would happen if you were sat in a room together, but somehow because you're walking, it seems okay to share really difficult topics. And that is definitely my experience walking with Blaze Trails, and also what their mums on the perinatal mental health said as well. It's just, there's something about moving, not looking at each other, and just processing. So this is all going to watch this space for more analysis in this area. The last is just, because this is very early days, all this research, it's all sort of coming together now. So just what to look out for. My website solutionsforloneliness.uk has all the reports that I've written. We'll look out for, it's coming soon, the end of September, Blaze Trails vision for partnering with organisations to address health inequalities through walking outside with children. The evaluation of that survey will be coming soon as well, 218 responses. There's going to be a paper with Rebecca about the focus group data that we've collected on walking for wellbeing. I'm looking for opportunities to collaborate on a bid in this space in the future. So yeah, anyone interested. And there is an event on the 5th of October about parental loneliness, a parental loneliness research group. That's on Eventbrite, and you can find it through the website too. So that's online. So yeah. Cool.
I think I'm going to have to use this, aren't I, John? Yes. I don't know if you have any responses to each other. You work together quite closely, or whether you want to just open it up for questions.
I feel like we talk to each other all the time.
I'm sick of it.
Especially this past week whilst I've been like, right, we need to get this finished.
Should we open to questions? Or,
Yeah.
I don't know if there are any questions online first that have come up, maybe.
There's a 20-second lag.
Okay, we'll come to that in a minute then, shall we? Yeah. So is anyone in the room? Oh, a hand, Rebecca, straight away.
I can out myself. I've just come from I'm a Blaze trailer. I just had my maternity leave, was part of the Hexham crew. And it's really interesting hearing your evaluation because it's bang on. Like all of my reflections about Blaze Trails would come, aligns with what you were saying. Like it's, you have wild conversations. I've been WhatsApping my Blaze trailers this morning, moaning about motherhood. So you forge links, and it really helps with loneliness. It's a really it's different from the baby. Yeah, you said it. I don't need to repeat it. I guess one of the things, our group kind of collapsed by the end of my maternity leave because of the volunteer organizer, because her maternity leave came to an end. So one of the things I have a question with is, again, about that voluntary labour element, but also the fact that this relies very much on a time-based volunteer window. And so I guess, I don't know if it's a question or an observation, but in a way it's different from the play streets because that's almost more continuous as your kids grow. It's over a longer period of time, but this is quite a select window, potentially. I know not everyone goes back to work and a lot of people don't work. But kids start being more mobile, so they can't activate in those walks in the same way. So it also depends quite a lot on that lack of mobility of children. Mm-hmm. A lot of because mine was a very rural walking group because it's in Northumberland, so it wouldn't have worked with mobile children. But I don't know. I'm not sure if that's a question or an observation or a validation of how great Blaze Trails is. It's all of those.
Wow. So
yeah.
So thank you. So one, it's just really amazing to hear from someone that's been part of it, that isn't kind of already completely brainwashed in the team. I'm really chuffed to hear you had that experience. But you have flagged one of our key challenges that every group face, and it is that continuity. It's the sustainability of the local groups. By its nature, it is often for quite a limited time period, and we have some groups that are really established. They're in their third year now. They've got such momentum and they get so many people coming along that within the pool of parents, you've always got people stepping up and going, okay, I'll take over now. So that is like the holy grail. You really hope to get to that point where there's enough momentum. But what is really sad is that you often get amazing organisers who then go back to work, or things change, or they kind of start doing the more toddler walks, which, because of the millions of stops to look at every single rock, which, and I love it because we're raising these really curious kids, but it totally changes the nature of the walk, that some people go, actually I'm not here for that. I don't have the capacity or the kind of patience to manage a whole group of toddlers, that they stop. And so it's really sad because you'll get people that have maybe just started coming along and they love it, but it stops, and they don't yet have the confidence or the desire to run a group. So it's a key thing that we as a central team, and kind of a lot of our so we have regional managers, and we've also got peer supporters that kind of help on a regional basis. A huge part of what we do is try and recruit within the groups to kind of keep it going, support other people to take it on. But something that we've talked about more as a team, and I think has really come through the research, with the two projects in particular, is how do you more proactively recruit and almost also make an expectation of local partners in the area, and going, you're all benefiting from this grassroots organisation, parents basically filling the gap in statutory and kind of other service. There are chronic gaps, there's continual cuts to budgets around family provision. When organisations like us step in, like you also need to create the environment around us to kind of help make that sustainable, you know. And then we get a lot of like, this is so amazing, we got a lot of support. No one's willing at the moment, you know, that we've got a few brilliant partners who have stepped up and gone, we'll put a bit of money there. Or like Light, who's and the perinatal mental health service in Sheffield, you know, they gave staff member time to help put some padding around. But we need, that's for us, I think, a real priority is to look at how we then do more of like place-based work to go, who are the partners in the area that could help make this group more sustainable? You know, we've talked about maybe having like Blaze Trails coordinators who are paid, whose role it is, you know, they don't necessarily have young children themselves, or, you know, but to kind of keep that local thing going, because yeah, otherwise that's the risk, it falls down.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting, and I think that's what one of the things I'm really interested in is about that the nature of the walk changes with the child, doesn't it? Because they grow and they change, and your needs as a parent also change to take part in those walks. I think that's really fascinating, and like you said, those kind of gaps being you're filling those gaps that are so needed, and it's kind of this dilemma of kind of social prescribing, isn't it? Of like, actually these things should be supported and should be funded. There shouldn't be voluntary organisations plugging the gaps. We should have proper funding for those organisations to kind of to do that work, because it's so essential. I mean, those, you know, the statistics that Ruth shared are really stark, aren't they? It's kind of terrifying, really, and yeah, let's hope for some change in the future. Don't get my political high horse now. I'm going to bring you the microphone, John.
Thank you. Thanks so much for sharing this really like important and interesting work with us. I was really struck by the idea of how a conversation between people in motion is different than a conversation between people that are sedentary. That's just such an interesting thing to think with. And I was just wondering if you had thoughts about like that sparking in my mind ideas about other contexts in which this might be. Imagine a seminar in which we were going to go walking and wheeling together as we worked through an intellectual problem or other kinds of things. Is there literature on this? This is a new thought to me. You've been working on this and thinking about this for some time. Are there other contexts and ways in which this idea of conversations in motion is a thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think Louise probably knows more than me about this, I think. I've talked to a few friends, sociologists, and there's like a whole literature about like mobile interviews. So as part of my perinatal loneliness research, I'm like, offering, especially people with young babies, because I'm talking to people that are either pregnant or with a young baby, like I can join them for a walk, or we can do like a phone interview, which makes it easier. There's some really interesting research methods. That's what I know about mostly. Like you can walk around an urban location taking photos whilst talking about the issues in that area. So basically there is a huge literature. I'm not massively au fait with it all, just the research methods. But I mean, I think anyone that's got like kids or like teenage kids as well will know, like when I take my niece out for a walk, like she does not stop talking. Like, whereas if we're just sat at home, she won't tell me anything. But soon I hear about everything. I hear about the bullies, I hear about the good stuff. If we just go and walk the dog together, it's like, wow, she talks. And I think there is a thing, and yeah, I will credit that realization about the nature of what is different between static and mobile with other people, like talking to Louise and some of the Blaze Trails organisers. Yeah.
If I can add into that, if that's okay. There's certainly some literature. Sorry. I don't want to throw it across the room at you. There's certainly some literature in psychology, therapeutic interventions about walking and talking, and life coaching. That's often that is done walking. The other thing I was thinking about from the interviews, one of the things that seemed to come across quite strong was this lack of eye contact, which kind of goes against what we kind of traditionally think, that if you've got eye contact with somebody, people are more likely to open up. But then when you think about it, actually, if you've not got that intensity of eye contact, you know, often when we share something, when we're sharing something quite difficult, we take our eyes away from somebody. So you've not got that. You mentioned, Ruth, the kind of social awkwardness of doing something that goes against the grain, and it goes against the grain to stop looking at somebody when you're talking to them. So you don't have to do that when you're sharing something. So I think there's something to be looked at around eye contact in relation to walking and talking.
I don't know if we have some questions offline. Do you have? Oh,
I was going to add into that very briefly about that research would be really useful to put towards things like encouraging more people to walk to and from school. Because I know as a parent, my eldest struggles quite a lot at school, but we have that opportunity when we're walking home that we can have these conversations where, and I just don't think we would, like you said, if we were sat at home on our own, but then he gets to unpack the day with me, and I think that's a massive thing, that he can either arrive at school in the morning ready to learn because we've had that time together, and when he's left school he's got that opportunity to speak. So I think, again, adding that into the push to get more people.
Yeah. I can just add something. I've read a lot about the school run, like driving to and from school. Like through, you'll see in my research news articles from the 90s up until today. And one of the only positive things that parents say about driving to and from school is the fact that it's the only moment when they hear from their teenagers about, you know, stuff. And I actually remember also my mom using driving as a way to get. And I think that's interesting, because we need to get parents who drive to think that actually walking does the same thing. It also enables that talk. And just to go back to what you were saying, John, at Princeton there's a person called Wendy Laura Belcher who does walk and talks with academics to get them to think about their research while she walks with them. So I wonder whether that, I find it interesting that it's both a research method you can use with your interviewees, but it's also a research method that you can use as a way to also, especially for people from different disciplines, to understand and maybe find a way to collaborate more easily because of the motion involved. I kind of like kidnapped that box.
I was just wondering if there were some points online that we needed to share, possibly, maybe.
There were some. Gosh, so many. It's Paul Bauer, who is online. Sorry. Okay, Paul had a question, which was, how does play, walking, and wheeling how does it become the everyday norm and not deemed a luxury or nice to have, which some people who sometimes perceive themselves as time poor suggest. So how does play, walking, wheeling becomes the everyday norm and not just a luxury? Is there some way it could be part of, you mentioned training, or some form of ways it could be normalized, I guess. And I mentioned also the idea of using, because we talked a lot about intergenerational relationships, wondering whether retirees can be involved as volunteers as a way to promote continuity. And Tansy What's Online mentioned that it would be interesting to look at the Ready Generations project for development in intergenerational activity. So I don't know if you want to react to all this, either the first or the last.
We do get grandparents, don't we, coming along there? Yeah, there's quite a few in Sheffield, grandparents that come along. So because they have their kids during the day.
Yeah, a big part, I think, is about being accessible, or like open and inclusive in your language. We deliberately don't just talk about mums, and some of that is also around like kind of gender norms and ideals and stuff, which we're like a big part of what we try and do is challenge, like gender norms around motherhood and who should be caring and things like that. But we always talk about parents or carers or people, anyone who's got a baby in their care. And I would love to see more kind of grandparents, aunts, uncles, foster carers, like anyone coming along, because it's whatever your kind of formal role, if you're in charge of you've got a baby with you, you're going to be facing very similar kind of challenges, and your desire for community doesn't kind of stop when you are looking after a child. So yeah, there's also, I think, the link to like benefits for children, and having them feel part of active communities. I think the question around like how do you make it more normalised, I think is something like for our groups, like a lot of what we do, so we have organisers who have stepped up and they kind of organise walks. They're often weekly, so they're often around like they often get into quite a regular cadence, But what we're trying to support organisers to do as well, so as well as having that kind of fixed date in, we also encourage people to kind of meet up themselves. So lots of people will say they've met other friends through Blaze Trails groups, and they've then gone and they've walked completely separately, or they'll be around town and they'll meet people in the park. And so I think what it kind of feels like is that if you have like place-based communities of people who have already kind of signed up to this idea that they like being outdoors and they like coming together, that actually people will then start to make their own more regular kind of arrangements to get outdoors together. So sometimes you might, and I imagine hopefully in Hexham I would imagine that there are people that even though the group has kind of stopped, I really hope that there are still people that will, pockets of them that will get together.
Yeah, I end up in a sit-off, like we just moved on to WhatsApp.
Yeah.
You know, that's when the organiser left, we moved on to WhatsApp, you know, carried on.
Brilliant.
But it's not as open because you need to know people to invite them to WhatsApp. But
yeah,
you know, we all went back to work, but we still need to do that. So
yeah, brilliant.
In a way, you don't need that open community. But
yeah,
yeah, it's a challenge, isn't it? It's a real, and I think I use this phrase a lot, and you just said it there, Kate. It is place-based solutions. You know, these are about things happening in specific places. And, you know, this really kind of, for me, it feeds into those kind of government policy level discourse around levelling up and place being important and places that are forgotten being made important. And yeah, I think this is something that I'd really like to get from this network, is around about ideas of importance of place in these conversations. And that's not to say obviously every place is unique and it has its specific context, but, you know, thinking about the work that Pauline was talking about, a lot of these models can be replicated in other contexts, and it's about working together to kind of do that. So yeah, I think this nature of place is really something that I'm interested in terms of, because that's where you are. That's where you step out the door. And I loved how Alison talked about play on the doorstep, and I've written down like the doorstep as a place. And I'm just kind of, I've got all these like magical ideas of now of things that I want to do about doorsteps.
Yeah. It's been really interesting to hear that, like how to sort of change the streets and make them safer. I mean, I live on a really steep hill in Sheffield. It's always double parked. It's meant to be access only, and cars come down it anyway. And it's like a big curvy S shape, so you can't see the car that's coming at 40 mile an hour. And yeah, it made me, I felt seen listening to that playing streets. But my research has been so focused on like, okay, so how can we get people to walk more? How can we show people, like, you know, you can go for a walk in your local park, and we're so lucky in Sheffield. It's got loads of parks. I think that's it. Yeah, I mean, there's the greenest city in England, I think, in terms of parks. But actually, I think a really important part of that research is how do we make the streets nicer for people to walk, and that will change the culture. And yeah, thank you for creating this day to bring that home to me even louder, I think, as I go forward with my thinking, because it's got to be both. And Lyra's favourite thing is walking down the stairs from my house, and the outside stairs.
We have to jump off the wall, because I was saying before, my little boy, he doesn't have much language, but he has echolalia, so he repeats things off TV. And we have to jump off our wall, and we have to say Quasi-Cannonball, which anyone who has an early years child has watched Octonauts.
Yeah.
This is his obsession. Quasi is a character in Octonauts, and he jumps with a penguin, and they say cannonball. So this is our jumping off this wall, Quasi-Cannonball. So yeah, it is literally on our doorstep. I think we should maybe break for some lunch, and we will join the people back online at 1 o'clock. Is that okay, John? Can I stop talking into this box now? So thank you very much to It would be really great just to continue conversations, and that's why we have put quite a long lunch in. Please do go and have a look at my work and take away the leaflets, give them to your friends. I've got more copies of them if we need them, and do come and ask me any questions about it as well if you would like over lunch. And yeah, just keep chatting and sharing, and hopefully at the end of today we'll have lots of ideas to take forward. Maybe too many.
Yeah, no, definitely too many.
Shall I stand there and do the slides?
I can press them on, or you can do it. It's up to you.
I'll just do it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because otherwise we'll have a Chris Whitty next slide.
I know, you end up with that, don't you? Are we all right, John? Yep, we're brilliant. We're back. We're back in the room and online. So thank you everyone very much. We're going to move on to our third dialogue now. This is a microphone for the people watching online, wondering what I'm like holding on to, like some sort of security blanket here. So the theme of this dialogue is automobility and the school run, and we've got 3 speakers on this one, so we're going to have to be quite tight with our timings on this one. So we've got Rob Potter from Manchester City Council. So Rob is the project manager for climate change in Manchester City Council's education team. He's supporting education settings across the city to take climate action and reduce carbon emissions in the sector. This includes early years, schools and colleges. 15% of the average school's emissions come from travel, so the school run forms a key part of this work. Then we've got Elsa, who's going to be speaking. We know about Elsa. I won't tell you all about Elsa then. And finally, we've got Dr. John Munro from the University of Birmingham. So John teaches history at the University of Birmingham. He is the author with Radhika Natarajan, the public books Imperialism Syllabus, is that correct? And is on the advisory board of the Movements and Mobility Forum. His research is on racial capitalism and resistance, and he's also begun to take up issues around mobility and public space. So I'm going to hand over to Rob.
Thank you very much. Is that microphone working okay? Yeah, cool. Just to provide a bit of wider context, Louise has done a lovely job of introducing me there anyway. So that is my role, project manager for educational climate change, which is a bit of a mouthful. But essentially it's my responsibility to make sure that every education setting from early years to schools to post-16 colleges have their own climate action plan. The Department for Education published their first ever climate change strategy last year, and it said that all education settings need to have this plan in place by 2025. We've, as Manchester City Council, said that we want that by July 2024, so a year earlier, but that's to give you a bit of kind of wider context about targets, and obviously active travel, as Louise mentioned, forms a big part of that. A couple of things that are kind of the main parts of my job. That climate action planning is a major one. Work directly with 15 schools, including Cringlebrook, which is how Elsa invited me onto this panel. We've got 3 green school networks in the city, so one in North, one in Central, one in South, and that's all about upscaling that climate action planning. And we have half-termly meetings where each one is on a certain topic. So at some point this year, one of those will be on active travel. Chance for schools to kind of talk about what they're doing, what the challenges are, ideas for action to bring back to us as a council and see what we can do to work with them on that. And then we also have governance review boards. So there's a few schools in Manchester and colleges that are doing fantastic work already. And it's kind of working with them to look at what we can do from a more strategic point of view on certain topics that have the biggest impact on carbon emissions. And one of them is active travel. So at some point this academic year, we'll be doing a 2-hour session with those leading schools on active travel. So the sort of discussions that we're having today will be really helpful to inform that too. And then the bottom one, teaching. So also do a bit of teaching of both children and teachers about climate change to try and spread awareness, as well as just trying to do the climate action, because it's probably more important than just having a plan in place. So specifically the school run, one of the things that we did last year, so I've been in the post since December 2022, and the first kind of thing that we did around active travel was a thing called the Green Bee Relay. And the idea was there's 3,500 miles between COP26 and COP27. So we thought, let's set schools a target of actively travelling that distance. And for all the schools that were successful, they've been offered direct support with their own climate action plan, but one of the schools has been awarded £3,500 for a climate-related project of their choosing. So we had 17 sign up originally, but only 4 completions. So both of those statistics for me make me start to wonder, A, why there are not more schools signed up in the first place, and B, why were there only 4 that completed it? So that was kind of the main thing we did around active travel and the school run. That 3,500 miles wasn't just the school run, it was, some of them chose things like the daily mile, so 15 minutes of exercise during the school day. So it was up to that school how they wanted to complete that particular target. Since I've kind of started since December, there's a few observations that I've put on there, just kind of food for thought really. Louise mentioned that top one, so I won't go back over that. But I think the second one is something that's really interesting for me, and I think this is not just in terms of climate change, but I think active travel as a topic in school has been around for quite a while. And I think sometimes the offer that we have as a council, as organisations, isn't necessarily something new, it's repackaging something. And I think that's why there can be less engagement. Schools feel like they've been there, they've done it. And that links to this one here, that schools are increasingly pressed. I was just saying some before, they have essentially become a fourth emergency service schools, with all the added constraints of the cost of living crisis and all of the extra pressures that schools are now having to take on. Good offers around active travel and other things are being missed because it's not a statutory thing. The main thing that schools worry about, without a shadow of a doubt, is the Ofsted report. If the thing that you're offering is not part of a statutory requirement, it's a really lovely thing, but unless it's a passionate individual, they're not going to get involved with that, unfortunately. So we have to think about how we talk to those people and how we do engage them. I think one of the other main issues is that middle one there. So behaviour change is often related to school, and there's other areas of climate change that behaviour change is key for. But it's reliant upon both parental and staff dedication, and that comes and goes. That, you know, parents will leave that school, staff will leave that school. So ultimately, that longer term behaviour change is not sustainable unless that member of staff or that parent stays there for a long time. The other thing with that is it disproportionately impacts children where either the teachers aren't that interested or the parents aren't that interested. So that, you know, that if it's the air quality impact that has, it can mean that there's poorer air quality in schools where parents and teachers aren't as committed. And then that one there, so obviously that's a relatively well-known thing around infrastructure and safety. My commute into work is pretty much all off-road. It's probably about a mile where I'm on the road, so I'm much more inclined to do that cycle to work. If you're coming from the north of the city, where the infrastructure is a bit rubbish, let's be honest, you're far less likely to do that cycle. Particularly if you're the sort of person who is a little bit unsure about cycling. This room, I would imagine there's lots of people who are keen on cycling and may not be put off by the infrastructure, but ultimately we're looking at trying to persuade the people that are a little bit more kind of unsure about whether they want to do that active travel, particularly with the school run. And that links to that bottom point there. I think because active travel has been around for so long, those age-old arguments do not cut through. We all know there's health benefits. We all know that it's better for the air pollution outside the school. It's cheaper as well, but those arguments don't seem to be cutting through to the people that we need to cut through to. So it's about thinking about how do we change that argument. So just a couple of things to try and say what we're doing differently this year. We're doing the Green Bee Relay again, but based on some feedback we had from schools to try and get more schools engaged. We're aiming to do this as a GM-wide thing rather than just doing it as Manchester. So far we've got Stockport and Bury signed up. We're hoping to get the rest of them involved. But I think by doing so it just gathers a bit more momentum, and I think the comms could definitely be better around it than it was last year. So we're hoping to get Dame Sarah Story involved as well, and potentially Man City, because I think it's about trying to get that pull. People see that online and say, why are we not getting involved with that? I think that's really positive. And then that bottom thing there is coordinating offers. I think this is a really saturated space and all the offers are really good, but again, that pressure that schools face to get involved with stuff, they don't know who the right one to get involved with is. So the idea is we'll have all of these organisations working together as part of the Green Bee Relay rather than completely separate things. And then, I'm okay for time?
Just 1 more minute.
Okay, I'll finish off on that. So the Air We Breathe is a really interesting project that's starting soon. So working with St Mary's Primary School in Moss Side and Loretto College, we'll be monitoring the air quality at pick-up and drop-off times over a year to try and understand a bit more about people's attitudes to air quality. And once we present that data to parents, does that change their behaviour? If yes, brilliant. If not, can we still produce some co-produced solutions with them that reduce car usage, and how do we do that? And then obviously the findings will be really helpful for upscaling that across Manchester as we move forward. Conscious of time, I will just finish on that. if you are a parent or a governor, want to get involved in want your school to be involved, please come and chat to me about getting involved in the Green School Network, so the relay. Probably know all about walking buses, so I won't go too much into that. TFGM have got some great offers, and conscious of time, I won't go through the Parent Champion Network, which is the thing that Elsa suggested to me, and looking forward to getting that off the ground. So I will finish there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. We're going to hand straight over to John, I think, aren't we? Now, yep. There we go.
Okay, thanks Louise, thanks Elsa. Hi everybody, nice to be here. So this presentation is going to be kind of macro in scale, but hopefully we'll be able to still add something to the conversation. I was thinking about like a drone going up and looking from way above, which means we're kind of skimming over some big things here. Is that okay? Yeah? No, that's no problem. But in conversation we can talk. I'm also happy to drone on about these issues in more detail if people like. So I'm visiting today from Birmingham, which, as everyone knows, is a city where cars loom very largely on the urban landscape. And among other things, this really impacts the ways that adults get around the city with children. And so I want to start with this picture of my kids going to school in Birmingham to think about the argument that I want to put forward here. So what we're looking at here we might think of as an inconsiderate adult has endangered some kids who are trying to get to school. But I also want to suggest that what we're looking at here is the domination of public space by private property, and that's the kind of framing I want to think with here to think through the issue of the school run and generally just mobility in cities, adults and children. So focusing on relations of property, I want to suggest is a useful way to understand and remove the barriers that automobility has placed in the path of people walking and wheeling with infants and children. So really quickly, I'll go through three things, again, at kind of a macro scale. How do we get to this place? Where are we now? And what might we do? So how do we get here to a place where the public space of our roads functions not as a commons for all, but more as an enclosure for the owners of automobiles? And to answer that question, I think we need to think historically and transnationally to recall that through large ability and age-inflected economic, racial, gendered, imperial processes, things, land, and even human beings could become the possessions of those who owned them. In the context of these transformations, again, that's a massive long story that would need to be unpacked in great detail, but in the context of these transformations that I'm just gesturing to, with the arrival of the automobile in the 20th century, the public road was redefined to reserve space for the private car. And, this is an important point, to enforce this distribution of space, police were necessary. And there's been some good work on the rise of mass policing as accompanying and connected to the rise of mass automobility. So you can see I'm going fast. That's already the history part gone. So where are we now? Still, I want to say, within an international system in which resource extraction from the global south fuels consumption in the global north. The school run, as it turns out, is embedded in a global web of power relations. And as was true of empire in the past, violent modes of property accumulation on the so-called frontier reverberate within metropolitan society. The intersecting structures of power in which automobility, and thus walking and wheeling with children and infants, is located might seem vast and overwhelming, especially at this scale. But solutions are on offer, and I want to take a glance at 4 of them here. And we might think of this, we might imagine this as 4 different routes out of a crowded intersection. And here they are. Electric vehicles, enforcement, infrastructure, and activism. So let me just say a word about each of these. So electric vehicles, I want to suggest, take us down a dead end. Their weight makes them more dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists, especially children. Their charging apparatus confiscates yet more public space for automotive private property. And they deepen global inequalities that so negatively impact those walking, wheeling, and indeed breathing in the post-colonial world. We want to think about walking and wheeling with children in a global sense here, as well as just locally, like in a country like the UK. So considering a different route then, conversations about the problems caused by automotive hegemony often turn to enforcement. Why don't the police just enforce the rules, right? We've all heard this many times, and for good reason. But focusing on history, whoops, getting ahead of myself here. Focusing on history and property, though, reveals, I think, enforcement to be another cul-de-sac, or at least potentially when we're thinking about this stuff. So first of all, the police have limited resources. They'll be the first ones to tell us that. But also calling for a kind of police and carceral solution to the problems we're trying to solve has many negative social justice implications, which we also want to think about. In addition, an important function of the police is to serve and protect the very arrangements of power of which automobility is a reflection, so a kind of cul-de-sac there as well. And maybe this helps us to understand how the issue of kind of road design and the very important role that road design plays in the dangers brought about by automobility is never a focus of the police, right? That's not their function. But I want to think about that and think about infrastructure here as a third possibility. And it follows nicely from what Rob was saying about infrastructure too. For me, infrastructure offers a more promising avenue of opportunity. Infrastructural intervention can open public space to much more of the public. It works around the clock, and it isn't reliant on the availability of enforcers whose power comes with unwelcome implications. And it isn't about trying to convince the owners of the automotive means of transportation to wield their property in ways that won't endanger others. It simply designs their danger out of the collective landscape. And infrastructural intervention can begin cheaply and immediately. If we put some of these in the road around your local school, your pavement parking problem will be solved instantly. But if infrastructural change might rebalance the rights of property owners to liberty against other considerations like safety and dignity by reducing space for car owners and increasing it for everyone else, how do we bring this about? This is the trick, right? Well, social movements are often the source of societal change that pushes against power. As everyone knows, the Netherlands is famous for creating space for non-automotive mobility. But of course, this didn't happen without a fight. This is probably well known in this room. Militant movements with names like Stop the Child Murders took to the streets and took back space on the car-dominated roads. Activism can be local, but it can also speak to those larger macro historical forces that I'm talking about here. We can think the original critical mass rides grew out of the protests against the 1991 war against Iraq. Those connections are already being made. Whenever you go on a critical mass ride, you're standing in that tradition of people who were thinking about these issues both locally and at the global scale. So the movement to reclaim public space from the private property of cars is growing. From Safe Streets Rebel in San Francisco to, of course, Better Streets for Birmingham, of which I'm a member. Activism is the road to creating the infrastructural change necessary to truly democratize public space. The Safe Streets Now National Day of Action, which is coming up on the 30th of September, is a very good example of this. Feel free to ask me more about that. And if we're able to successfully challenge the imperial mindset that valorizes the mastery of private property over all other considerations, the children in our lives will thank us for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. That was really fascinating about connecting that local to global as well in particular. And yeah.
So we went very much up with you, John. We're going to come slightly more down now.
Good.
With me. So Rob, John, Elsa, hopefully we can find some sort of middle ground to chat. I'm going to time myself.
Have you got slides, Elsa? Where are yours?
No, that's okay. Use it. I just wondering where it was. No. Go ahead. I'm good.
I'm so excited.
Are you? Good.
There's so many interesting things being talked about.
I love that slide.
I don't know why I'm amazed. Well, I'm not amazed because you're all marvellous. There we go.
I love that slide.
Do you need to hold? Or do you want to take a mic?
I can take a box. I can take.
It might be easier. You're not having to carry.
Thank you. So yeah, just a few words of warning before I start. I'm really new to that topic, and it's very early days, but I wanted to share some of the work I started doing on the school run. And so that is the idea of driving your kid to school, of course, which is universally hated by the British population, obviously. In fact, 30 years ago, a journalist Margot Norman was already wondering in the columns of the Times why parents and children were enduring that deadly crawl through clouds of poisonous gas. Surely, she reflected, the time had come to abolish that barbaric. Surely that she reflected, the time had come to abolish that barbaric twice daily ritual. By the way, these were just delivered to my son's school on last Monday. I mean, it's infrastructure change, but it's pretty flimsy infrastructure. Anyway, so far from abolishing it, British parents have kind of doubled and trebled down on it. The figures speak for themselves. 68% of 5 to 10-year-olds walked to school in 1985, and only 54 did 10 years later. It's even worse for the children that are a bit older. And the decline has continued steadily since then, although there's reason for hope, because as you can see, it's slightly gone up in 2022. Now, the frantic school run has become such an iconic British parenting experience that in typical British fashion, where you joke about like the miserable stuff in your life, it became a source of joking, right? And in press and in TV, I've read so many really funny stuff when going through the archives. And of course, most recently, it became a joke fodder for the writers behind Motherland. I don't know if you've seen the TV show, which for the first scene of the pilot, which aired in 2016, showing Julia, the perpetually stressed working mother of two, flouting traffic rules to get to school on time. And so that's a show that is premised on relatability, right? It's supposed to reflect our worst traits as parents to us. And so the idea was that, to start the series with the school run, a delinquent school run, was a way of saying, this is how it is, isn't it? So basically kind of giving British parents a pass on all the times they'd been delinquent on the school run. So how did we get there? Sorry, I'm going ahead of myself. How did we get there? Why has the school run become a hallmark of British everyday life? These are the questions that I started thinking about as a historian when I was confronted with my first school run as a parent last year. And so when asking myself that, I can turn to the historical literature on car dominance, and the transformation of the built environment, the rise in car ownership. I can turn also to the rich literature in mobility studies on children's independent mobility. And based on all that, of course, I know why the school run persists. There's a combination of factors from the women's increased participation in the workforce, to the changing patterns of working, to the advent of parental choice in education, and fears of stranger danger. But I would say, as a cultural and social historian, that these don't explain everything. They're very useful, but they don't explain the so-called Chelsea tractors, the so-called Volvo cultures, the yummy mummies, the obsession with car status, that is the performance of class and motherhood at the school gates. And that's where the performance comes. There are 3 Ps in my presentation. Nor do these studies explain why the school run and air pollution, that's the second P, became part of the British culture wars. How did the school run become part of the British culture wars? Of course, how did cars become part of the culture wars, not just British ones, but US ones as well? How did the school run become political? That's my third P. Now, my first stop as a social and cultural historian was to go to Factiva, which is the database that has all the national and local press. And I looked at the expression, the school run, since the 1990s. Because I'm French and the expression has always bugged me. I'm like, there's no equivalent in French for the school run. Like, you take your children to school, surely. What is the school run? And incidentally, it proved to be rather interesting. Obviously, I'm at very, very beginning, but nothing's happening much in the 90s. And then in 1998, Labour decides to end the school run, and there's so many spate of articles around this. And then 2003, there's another initiative by Labour government, and there's this congestion charge. And then for a while, things kind of stay the same. And I'm thinking maybe it's because Labour did manage to slow down a bit the school run around that. I don't know. I mean, these are all, again, ideas I have, but I haven't yet completely figured out. And then in 2012, 2013, it's all the Spice Girls are having kids, and it's all about fashion at the school gates. I mean, there's a whole article right there on motherhood and performance. Here, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. And then, of course, the curator is COVID lockdown. I mean, this is a very, very rough tool here I'm presenting. What's interesting really, that what appeared to me when reading through 3 decades of press archives is that there's definitely what we could call a school run culture that is deeply entrenched representations and narratives about cars, education, and parenthood. And so any policymaker wishing to make a change, especially nationally, has to grapple with these representations and narratives. So what kind of values, what kind of narrative? I don't have time to get into details. But one of them would be, the car ads and the car reviews of the 90s and 2000s, which have constructed the 4x4 and then later in the early 2000s, the SUV as the vehicle of choice for the school run. Even though they're always criticizing it a little bit, the reviews, they're always assuming that this is the car of choice. And then we have all these ads just as the daddy cool. I don't know if you guys remember that from. Yeah, so you imagine Boney M in the background and that dad who's so cool because he has a cool car, even though after studies show that children prefer to cycle or walk to school. So again, a stereotype that is extremely damaging. Another narrative that I saw a lot, which was really, really interesting, is the stereotype of the bad female driver on the school run. The modern menace of women piloting 4-wheel drives. I mean, you see so much of this. This is scary. And then all this is used later on by pro-car people to reframe women as victims of active travel policies in the late 1990s or early 2000s. And you're like, how did that happen? Okay, so sexism being used as a way not to get out of your car. Anyway, what I found interesting, just thinking through this as I was preparing this, is that there was no equal narratives, no equal representations, no equal stereotype on working parents and working children. There was only nostalgia, the 50s, going on the bus, blah, 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 when I was in the 60s, when I was 6 years old. That's the mayor of London. No contemporary stories, nothing, not even negative ones, just, really nothing. An invisibilization of the working parents and children, which is not surprising considering geographers have shown that walking, up until relatively recently in Britain, was still perceived as strange or abnormal. So there are some timid changes happening in terms of representatives and representation. Oh, that's another good one also that I found on Twitter, right? That's yours, Ed. Okay, so it's from the Jolly Phonics level 4 readers. That's the kind of representations you find of walking parents and children. They're looking miserable. So that's one that I found. But there's very little really outside of it. This is to teach children how to read, right? Now, again, I mentioned that active travel renaissance of the last 5-10 years. I did think that this is changing a bit the narratives, and this is changing things thanks to cis-trans, thanks to critical mass. And sadly also, there's a face now. We can put a face to what air pollution is doing to us, which is the face of Ella Kissi-Debrah, and thanks to a mother's activism around trying to get air pollution on her death certificate. So my conclusion basically is that policies and infrastructure is key. There's no doubt about it. I don't want to make it sound as it's not important, but so are perceptions and representations. So using the tools of cultural history, for instance, we can understand how norms are built through the circulation and repetition of narratives. So as a historian that wants to try to make a change in the world, I wonder how I can try to help also through oral histories, maybe through, thinking about how the people's school runs in the past used to happen, what memories they have attached to it. Maybe I can somehow contribute a bit to that conversation. Thank you.
My brain's buzzing with lots of ideas, and that's amazing. Thank you so much. Let me just so you don't have to just look at that. Do you guys want to respond to each other in any way, or open to questions? Do you have some responses, some thoughts?
I do, but I want to give other people a chance.
Okay, that's fine. Does anyone have any questions that they'd like to ask the panel?
Just to let people have some time to reflect, I was very interested in what Rob said about people being tired of the same old, the repackaged active travel. Because having read through the press and archives, I can absolutely see people's point. It's like, come on, it's the same soup we've been served you know, the war on the school run. This has been happening since 1998, you know, and here we are 30 years later, not quite, but, you know, still. So yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that. So it's more of an observation.
Talk into it.
It's really bizarre.
It's your friend. You can have a little hug.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I think one of the most interesting stats that I found when I was doing a little bit of research for this was that Bike Right offer free training to primary school pupils, and in Manchester, it's only 22% of pupils receive that training, despite it being free. I actually, ironically, failed my cycling proficiency at school because I broke my arm whilst I was doing it. But whilst I was doing it, before I broke my arm, I thought it was really good, and I thought, you know, this is such a great thing that you probably don't realise it at the time, but looking back, that you're able to, you know, profit from and benefit from. So there is definitely that fatigue that kind of, we've done this, we've done that, and I think it's added to that, like I said, the pressures that schools are facing. But I think I don't know, I think primary schools, there's probably a bit more flexibility in the curriculum than there is in secondaries. But that's obviously something nationally policy that would have to change for secondaries to be able to benefit a bit more. Yeah. I don't want to give away my friend.
I think one of the things, like, I've really enjoyed working with Elsa on this, because when she kind of connected to, she's like, I'm a historian. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. But I think the thing that I'd taken from that panel was it about reframing these notions of the school run and, you know, and what it means to have car ownership as proper. And, you know, there's something I heard where it was a Spanish mayor, I think, when people were saying, well, there's no car parking. He says, well, when you buy a refrigerator, I don't tell you where to put it. You know, and it's as stark as that, isn't it, that this is private ownership. And I really find that interesting that's came from that panel is this kind of reframing of some of these ideas and concepts and how that can maybe feed into the way we change the way we think about things, and how that can then feed into policy then, I suppose. Ali, do you want me to throw it?
Yay, it was the first one of the day.
I don't know how I feel about that. I've got two questions, if that's all right, and they're sort of for everyone's input, if that's okay. So the first one being about when you were talking about like status, Elsa, and like the idea of having those big cars and, you know, turning up looking, you know, all fancy on the school run. I have always like struggled since I started in this job with how we tackle that, because obviously there's a I don't know what I was going to say there, but like I don't know how you tackle the status side of things, in terms of like not having people rock up in their Land Rovers to like a school in Jesmond, when I guess the alternative in terms of status would maybe be like a more expensive bike or whatever. Like, I don't know how we tackle the status thing without just putting that cost somewhere else and like having the status come from somewhere else, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's probably not ideal. Sorry, I'm just rambling now. But then the other one was around, I wrote it down somewhere and I've completely forgotten it. I've forgotten it, so maybe I'll ask someone afterwards. It's written down on one of these pieces of paper. How far do you reckon you can lob these things?
Across the room.
I think it's them across lecture theatres, don't you, John? Yeah. Laptops are flying. Students are walking out with head injuries.
Well, I think it's not so much about trying to shift this from bike or something as just making it socially unacceptable, culturally looked down upon to do this. And the way you do this is, of course, we can't do this. This is something that is so macro. You know, why are the writers of Motherland writing this? Because every week for the past 30 years, you've had people in the press and elsewhere, you know, kind of like, you know, and encouraging these people to think that it's normal. It's part of like what you do. You take your child to school with the car. And so how do you get cultural producers to start reflecting on what they're writing? Why are they writing that? Yes, it's reflecting reality, but it's also giving those 48%, 52%, 50% of parents who are driving a sense of like, yes, what I'm doing is normal. And how do you shift this is very complicated, but first of all, you start talking about it. You start writing op-eds about it. You start having maybe different stories in TV shows or elsewhere, maybe more at the grassroots level, and then somehow it will get into BBC stuff. But you need to get those stories out there. Maybe it's more modest media, like through the radio, through podcasts, but you need to start rejecting those narratives that are being kind of like shoved onto. And I'm the first one to laugh at Motherland, but I kind of want to like grapple with the writers, you know, like, yeah.
Wait, I saw a hand somewhere.
Yeah, there was
Rebecca.
Ed, there was Rebecca, there was.
I might just be picking up on Elsa's point, or kind of a continuation of it. The thing about Motherland, it's humour, isn't it? It's even beyond representation. It's funny because it's a joke. And if someone, you know, if she was cycling a bike, that would be a different kind of joke. So I think there's something about language, and you know, it's even more than cultural representation. It's what we find funny, and that relies on norms. And you know, maybe humour's a way into something. That's just my.
There's Ed, I think, also that one.
Yeah, I think it also speaks to that thing around like the wider context. Like I've got a daughter that's in her second year of school now, and I am so acutely aware of the gendered division of like time in our weeks that actually a lot of parents like probably would like to walk, or you know, we're lucky enough to live close enough to our school, but like something that was touched upon around like the increase of use for like the car run and cars generally is around more women being out of the house and working. And you know, when you try and have two parents working, or you know, if you're in a two-parent household, or if you're not, if you're in a single parent household, your time is even more stretched. Like there's so many demands on modern life, so many expectations that, you know, you've got so much to do before 9 o'clock, and ultimately, you know, the capitalist structure 9 to 5 doesn't fit with a 8:45 till 3:15 school kind of commitment. So when you're trying to kind of put on families, and then you've got cost of living crisis, like there's so little time, that time feels so precious that getting in your car, you know, I've got lots of friends who don't want to get in their cars, but you know, they have to be at their desk or in work by whatever time, and the car allows a brief reprieve, you know, gives them a bit more time. And it's kind of that, how can policymakers and forums like us also appreciate the massive strains on modern families, where they're kind of, a lot of them will go, I simply can't find another way of making my week work without getting in my car. So like, you know, can it be around employers offering a bit of flexibility and going, you don't have to be if you've got a school run to do, you have to get your children to school, but you want to take them in a slower way, we'll give you, you know, turn up at your desk at 9:15. Like, do you know what I mean? I think that's where you need like more support to help people kind of step away from that addiction or that reliance on a car. And
that's like for white collar workers, unfortunately. Like that's limited to people who are working at desks, say.
Yeah, I think it's probably even harder for people who have jobs they have to go into. So supermarket workers, where it's very fixed times, they can't work from home. I think those of us that are privileged to work at home might have a bit more flexibility about that. But yeah, you then add on like, you have to be in an office or somewhere where you're working kind of physically. It's too much. I think, yeah. The car becomes your aid, doesn't it? Like,
well, this morning I looked at my car and thought that would really help me this morning when I've got a lot of stuff, and I was like, no, I'm going to do this really slow walk to school that even my Apple Watch doesn't recognise as a walk. Is that slow? Was there some other?
So I'm car-free by choice. I can drive and I don't. And I think what we're missing here is the voice of all the people who are car-free not by choice. And they do not have an option, and they have no other solutions. So they are facing all the same struggles. And when we look at what people are actually using, there is a disproportionate use of taxis among the people who really have the littlest, because they are facing these same struggles. So we need something to enable those people to have some benefit. So my dissertation was walking school buses. I still think those are amazing, but again, the type of people that need them the most are the type of people who have the least ability or willingness or social capital to do that sort of thing. Status-wise, the kids don't care about the cars. You get the kids to be encouraged because they get a free croissant when they arrive at school, or a snap band if they walk to school 10 times in a month or whatever it is, and those kids will be nagging their parents not to drive. So get in with the kids. The kids really couldn't be bothered. It's the young ones anyway. By the time they get older, they've picked up their parents' views.
Or you draw a hopscotch.
Yeah, draw a hopscotch. Make it
Pauline
fun.
was
Just do
suggesting.
something good. Make it a social event.
Hang on. Wait, that fella.
I've got too many thoughts running in my brain. Help. I one of the things that I guess mildly distresses me is the lack of kind of infrastructure for maybe the older child that's trying to get to secondary school, as well on the buses, and the amount of times that I've seen kids, like, maybe it's their choice not to wear jackets and stuff like that to be cool, but then they get to the bus stop and there's no bus shelter and they're absolutely dripping wet, and in my brain I'm thinking to myself, they're 14 now, they're soaking, they're going to be wet all day. Someone's not thought about that journey at that point for them, and the fact that in their brains they'll be looking at all the cars whizzing by going, want that, I want that. And then by the time they're 17, they're like chomping at the bit to get the license and chomping at the bit to get the first car. And, you know, maybe if you take a few steps back and just put that bus shelter in that should have been there anyway, they wouldn't be dripping wet, they wouldn't be thinking about that. It's the desirability on the journey that you could, like, enhance.
That and bus lanes everywhere as well, so they get there quickly too. But I have a question for Rob, and it's a question maybe other people in the room will have a view on. So I thought it was very interesting your point about, like, schools they're under the tyranny of Ofsted. That's maybe my language, but like they're dealing with that, and so therefore they don't have time for the things. That's totally understandable. Why can't Ofsted have a sort of capacious understanding of safeguarding that includes all of the crazy hazards right at the school gate? Does anyone know why that's not
That's
possible?
exactly what I thought. Like, why isn't Ofsted making traveling sustainably a criteria on there? Because that's how I chose my kids' school.
Which I kind of hesitate at the question, because it's just like, oh, why not more Ofsted tyranny over the schools? I'm not sure if that's the right way. But it is weird that, like, the biggest safeguarding, or one of the biggest safeguarding issues that's right there, comes to the representation and the hegemony of it not being able to be seen somehow, even though it's happening. Ofsted seems like it's just silent about this. It's weird, right?
Well, Ofsted will get pushback on that, because they already get a lot of pushback on everything they do.
Okay.
Because they're horrendous.
Right, and that's...
Do you want to give the box maybe to Ian? And then maybe Rob, you can respond to that. Yay!
Yeah, they already get a lot of pushback anyway, because a lot of teachers resent their interference, but their remit stops at the school gate. That's the big thing. So
but the reality, though, is that they are involved in those conversations, and I see my head of teacher, the head being involved in those disputes with the parent, disagreements with the parents.
Yeah, that's the head. That's not Ofsted.
Yes, but how are the unions of teachers not pushing pressure on this? That's what I don't get, I guess.
Because again, they've got enough to do. They're really overworked.
I think we've got Ruth and then Ali, and then I think we might need to...
And Rob maybe might want to respond also.
Do you want to just pass on your mic, Elsa?
Yes.
You ready to catch Ruth?
Yeah.
Does it need to have this?
No, just hold. If you
Yeah.
just hold.
Okay. Yeah, I think that those points about Ofsted are spot on. There are lots of faults with Ofsted, and they've been well documented in recent months, particularly kind of given what's gone on. And I think there's a lot of things that outside of a conversation about the school run, people would suggest Ofsted should be taken into account when they look at a school. Demographics of the school children that go there should be taken into account when they do an Ofsted report, but they're not. And that's not to say that it shouldn't be, but I think it's that whole thing again, like you said, that there's so many competing pressures, same thing for the unions, that it's kind of like, which ones do we choose? And that speaks to the same problems that schools have. That's not to say teachers and head teachers don't care and don't think that the school run isn't an important issue, but for them it is one of a million things. So we've got time to be here in this room today and you know, put it into a schedule. Very often I will have a meeting scheduled with a head teacher that they will have to cancel because there is a critical safeguarding incident they have to go and deal with. So yeah, it would be fantastic if it was taken into account, but unfortunately I think that's reflective of the wider system and the wider strains that are on schools and teachers. I was going to come back on the status thing as well because I think it's a really interesting point, but I'm conscious we've got not much time, so I would like to...
Well, we've gone over. I think we just have these. You okay, Rebecca? Have we gone through one?
Yeah, well, I always come to these things and end up with like the conclusion of we need revolution, but I guess like what I'm really struck by is there's so many of us in this room that are like working so hard to like, make changes, but we're fighting like the infrastructure and the history and capitalism, patriarchy, colonialism, all of it. It's really hard, but like, yeah, no wonder it like so many projects that I work on, it's like, or you know, tackling perinatal mental illness through like walking groups. But why are we making people ill in the first place? Like, and it just sort of brings it home why it is so hard actually when you're battling spaces that aren't healthy and agendas that aren't health promoting. Yeah.
Ali, just only you okay? Yeah. Marvellous. We've got time at the end for further discussion, so we're going to start the next panel, so I think we should give everybody a round of applause.
Thank you, Rob. Really enjoyed your presentation and John's as well. Who wants a little microphone? Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So
Thank you so much.
Clip it on you?
Yeah, go on. He's got no opening.
Will I be able to do any slides? Is it from that one?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, my first. Oh.
Whatever you guys want. What do you
I don't
prefer?
mind.
Liz, do you want to go first? And then
Yeah. Oh, I think I'm first. Yeah, that's on my slide.
I've just opened them all up, you see. I just did have a thought actually. I'm going to, if people give me permission with their slides, I can collate them all somewhere and send out a link because I think that would be really nice. I'll check with them.
You can put it in presenter notes on I didn't.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would have been useful, wouldn't it?
Do you want to control it yourself? Are you okay
So
there?
just
pressing the return or the forward. I'll go. Yeah. Okay. I'll go over to.
You need a.
Yes. All right, moving on to our final dialogue of the day, which is on walking, children, and the environment. Walking and crawling, as we'll find out with Rebecca. So these are two very different presentations. I don't know, however you want to talk about them, but I think both of them are going to talk about some form of toxicity that is visible or invisible. Liz Godfrey, who's going to start speaking first, is the Manchester coordinator for Mums for Lungs. They are a grassroots network of volunteers campaigning for the health of children by reducing air pollution across the UK. Rebecca Wright here is my colleague at Northumbria University, where she is an assistant professor of history. Her expertise is in the social and cultural history of energy. She's finishing a book on moral energy in America, from the progressive era to the atomic bomb, which explored the birth of an energy consciousness in the US. And she's working on a couple of projects these days. One is on heating and fuel poverty in the UK. So again, kind of like me, Rebecca is an environmental historian, so she's looking at it from that perspective, but she's also starting to think reflexively about how living in a post-industrial landscape affects the way you move, especially with children. So I am not giving the box to anybody right now. Liz.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Please.
Thanks, Elsa. Okay, I am aware we're slightly behind time, so I'm not going to talk for ages. So yeah, I'm Liz. I'm the Manchester coordinator for Mums for Lungs. Just to give you a bit of background about Mums for Lungs, for those of you who might not have heard about us, we began in 2017 down in South London. And it was Jemima here who is the founder, and she was quite simply joined up with a small group of parents who were on the school run because they were concerned. They were walking to school and they were really concerned about the levels of air pollution that their children were breathing in.
And then over the next 6 years, it has snowballed from there. So we're very small. There's 5 mums who work part-time for Mums for Lungs, and then the rest is a grassroots network of volunteers throughout the country. Elsa is also one of our volunteers as well, I'm pleased to say at the moment. And really importantly, and this is the thing I always get asked, we are not just for mums despite our name. So we've got loads of dads, loads of grandparents, anybody who is concerned about air pollution and the effect it's having on our bodies can be part of Mums for Lungs. We are here to raise awareness, and we're here to campaign at a policy level. So what we've done, sort of the most important thing, the most initial focus was to set up a volunteer network. Now, I've been in post in Manchester since January, so I've sort of mimicked what happened in London, and I've done the same thing, setting up a volunteer group here. So we have regular monthly meetings on Zoom, and then we get together and try and do hands-on activities, stunts, and this is some pictures of some of the stalls that we've run this summer. In fact, you're not in this photo, Elsa, you'll come up later. So we try and engage with the public, and we usually do it through doing things like kids' crafts, getting families coming over to us, and then we can have these conversations with them. So what we've done, we have set up a website, which I'd really encourage you to go to. On the website, it's a place you can go to download all of our flyers. You can get those for free of charge. We'll post them to you. It's also a place where you can get template letters. So you might want to think, I want to do something about this. Don't know quite how to write a letter, but there's templates for like MPs or your local councillor and things like that. So you can go there for those. We've also found things like the flyers. I was having a chat, in fact, I was chatting to Rebecca at break time about wood burning. And it can be a really good way of having a conversation with somebody in a really non-confrontational manner, or, for example, outside the school gate, handing out one of our flyers about idling, and it can just give somebody that information without having to get into some sort of confrontation. So we found this is a really, really useful way of spreading awareness. Some of the campaigns that we've worked heavily on over the years, mostly London-based. So it's been ULEZ, things like wood burning, idling, and school streets, which I know have been mentioned several times, and I'll come to again a bit later. And from all this work, we've managed to create a reputation, so we are starting to work a lot more at policy levels. So we get invited to speak to MPs, to councillors, we work alongside other climate groups, health professionals, we get invited into schools. So it's been a really useful way of raising our reputation. And then from that, in order to raise awareness of the subject, we've been trying to get into media as much as possible. And I think we're doing a pretty good job with that, even over the last few months, especially with ULEZ. We've been on Radio 2 with Jeremy Vine, Radio 4, You and Yours, so print, media, and yeah, it's a really good opportunity to get our voices heard about this. Just really briefly, I wasn't sure today who'd know what about air pollution. So when we talk about air pollution, we're talking about nitrogen dioxide that's mainly coming from transport, and particulate matter, so wood burning. We don't really campaign on indoor air pollution, which again, I think we were talking about. So what does air pollution do to us? So the UCL study in 2021 showed that more than 8 million people around the globe die each year prematurely as a result of breathing in polluted air. In the UK, that translates to 36,000 premature deaths. And breathing in air pollution permanently damages children's bodies. So it stunts lung growth, and that can lead to risks, a lifetime of health issues. Not just with lungs, but things like cardiac problems. It's been linked to all sorts of mental health issues, and more recently, things like diabetes. And I do believe at the moment there's more and more evidence being produced to show some of these damaging effects as well. So we are a campaign group that focuses on children's health. But as Chris Whitty said, air pollution is everybody's problem, and we do welcome anybody to the group or anybody who's got any concerns, because it does particularly affect the more vulnerable groups and people maybe haven't got a voice to stand up and for themselves as well. Right, very quickly I wanted to say what can we do, because sometimes I feel I come to these things and sort of talk about all the awfulness of air pollution. So there is things we can do. Obviously we encourage everyone to try and walk and cycle and scoot and to drive less where it is possible. Most of the time it's invisible, but you know, so it's really hard in terms of trying to raise awareness. But what we do try and say is try and use those less busy routes to get places. These are my kids. We actively enjoy trying to find different routes to schools or to the shops. And, you know, it's trying to, I think it's trying to present that to people. It's not just, oh, we don't want you to drive. It's trying to show those co-benefits of being outside, like a lot of you have mentioned today. One of the things you can do, we tell parents all the time, is walk your child further away from the curb. That can reduce the amount of emissions that they are inhaling by up to a third. And I've written Be the Change as well, because I think if you're part of Mums to Lungs, even you don't have to be the biggest spokesperson, but just turning up. For example, we went to a party on the weekend, it was about a mile away, but we walked there in the pouring rain, and you know, everyone commented, oh, you walked? And I was like, yeah, it was really good. And our daughter's got an obsession at the moment with slugs, so she was delighted to have seen loads of slugs on the way. So it's just little things like that. And I think it's helping change the narrative, the more people who can sort of say, you know, we did this and it was good. School Streets campaign, probably won't go into much, but it's something that Mums to Lungs have been really championing, and it's something that we really want to be pushing for a lot more in Manchester. For those of you who don't know much about it, it's where you close the roads around the school at drop-off and pick-up time. Not only does it reduce air pollution, but it really helps improve safety. And I think it also just, it sends out that message to other people who might not be connected to the school about raising awareness. There's something going on here. Oh, why is that? Oh, because there's too much air pollution. So I think it translates in lots of different ways. I'm trying to rush here. So our goals and ambitions I got asked to talk about as well. So currently in London, we've just released, launched a Ditch the Diesel campaign about diesel cars, which is something we'd like to roll out in Manchester as well. We'd like to see hundreds more school streets in Manchester if we can, because we are really lagging behind on those. So that is something that we are going to be trying to influence the mayor with a manifesto, and maybe potentially upcoming elections next year about doing things like that. And we are always looking for more volunteers. It's such a powerful voice to have your volunteers, and it can really help change the narrative. We need to be asking the policy leaders to be encouraging, to be talking about the co-benefits of walking and cycling and not going in your car, and all those things that can help reduce air pollution as well. I think it's something we don't often tend to get to hear about as much. And sort of, I keep wanting to think that my children are going to grow up in this much cleaner, greener city, and I'd like to see a politician or a policymaker painting that picture more frequently, rather than it being, oh, well, you can't have your car or something. So I think it's some of those things. And then I was also asked to say, where do we need help? And right at the start, there you go. Always looking for more volunteers. I feel like this has been a slight volunteer recruitment drive today, so apologies for that. Yeah, we're always looking for more volunteers, for people to give up their time, who might want to campaign, who might want to talk to media, but equally who might just want to pin up a leaflet in the local cafe. So we are always looking out for people and to get involved with people or schools. My wish list, I haven't actually written anything, but I would really like more data and information about air pollution. So actually, if that would be one of my wish lists alongside more volunteers. So anything like that, just so then we've got those facts up our sleeves to talk about. And then finally, just a few images of some of the things that we've done in the past, getting together, doing art, children meeting up, things like that. So there you go. Thank you. And I've brought all our flyers with us today. Yeah, so if anybody wants any flyers, feel free to.
Yeah. So, hi everyone. So, just a heads up, this really isn't the area that I work in. I don't really work on mobilities. But when Elsa mentioned she was doing this workshop, it kind of took us back to a time when I was thinking a little bit with Elsa about what being a mother meant to my professional identity as a historian, and actually how being a mother has changed how I think about history and the area I work in, environmental history. So I think the kind of way that I came to this really was actually as an experiment to think about how thinking about walking with children actually changes my practice as a historian. So just to give you a little bit of background, as Elsa said, I normally work on energy history, but in May 2020, I think like Louise, I became a mother for the first time during lockdown, and was sent on that kind of wandering journey like mothers all over the world. All we had to do for 9 months was walk with our children, which started me thinking about walking and how walking through the landscape and the environment actually changed my perception of the place where I was living. And as my child grew and as I continued to walk through the same environment, I started thinking about, okay, my perception of this one place keeps on changing the way that my child is interacting with it and the way that I'm moving through that space. So what I want to do a little bit in this kind of talk is use this as an experiment for blurring my identity as a mother and a historian, and thinking about how that actually reveals what we don't see when we look at environments and the blind spots that have come into how people understand space, and really thinking a little bit about what does it mean when I put my identity as a mother at the foreground, or a carer. I don't want to just foreground mother. When I put my identity as a carer as the foreground of how I think about space, how does that change my perception of space itself? So just a heads up, this is much more subjective and personal than I normally would ever think about doing in a conference. You will see pictures of my children. It feels weird, but it was part of how I actually reflected on this process. So what I hope I can kind of bring to the conversation is kind of thinking about, again, space and thinking about movement through space and how kids and kiddies change the way we understand that. So one of the reasons why this came to me quite strongly is probably the environment that I was walking through daily and have been for the last 3 years with my children. It's kind of a unique environment and very different from the conversations we've been having here about Manchester, in that it's a semi-rural environment. I know that, is it Ali? Yes. Ali knows it well because she grew up near it, so I'm glad that there's one person who knows it, which is a space called Wylam. It's about 20 minutes outside of Newcastle, and it's a riverside country park. So it's a semi-rural village based around a riverside country park. But what's interesting about it is essentially a very, what looks like now, rural landscape. It's really biodiverse. It's a lovely, green area. Most of it is an artery that runs for 4 miles. It's a bike path. There's no cars. We live on the bike path. So all the way into the village, you don't get any car. It's very unique in that. But it is also a post-industrial landscape that was heavily industrialized in the 19th century. So it's a landscape that has seen a lot of industrial action, but has, again, been kind of greened over time. And what really I want to explore in this is how my walking with children kind of exposed and revealed and made me think about this landscape again more historically, because it made me think a little bit about my connection to this space over time. And I'll explain a little bit about that as we go on. But just to give you a little bit of a map of Wylam in the 1860s, so the green and bucolic space that you see I'll talk about, or the kind of green area now, was in the kind of 1860s really an industrial landscape. If you look closely, you can see here where the playground is the old colliery. So the playground is built now on the old colliery land. There's collieries all around when you look closely at the map. Up here where my kids are at Forest School today, you have the ironworks, the old ironworks, and you have your old colliery. So you have superimposed on, or kind of underlying the landscape, this kind of industrial heritage. But also running through the whole environment is the River Tyne, which is a very heavily, or was a very, very heavily industrialized river in the past. So kind of bisecting the landscape, you have the river, which has obviously, as we know, talking a lot about rivers at the moment, it has its own issues around pollution. Wylam recently applied for clean water status, but it was refused because everywhere was basically refused. But actually monitoring the river shows that it's got very high levels of pollution in the water. But you also have kind of other kind of issues coming down the river in terms of the kind of heavy industry in the Upper Tyne means that the river is kind of has this kind of history of pollution that makes the environment a kind of an interesting one to get your head around. But you also have these other kind of interesting ecosystems in the land as well. So you've got the spectrals, which is this huge chalk ecosystem, which was actually built from old fertilizer factory, which was making explosives in the Second World War. So this is all, you know, the history of this environment that's now a country park, and that I walk with my kids daily. It's what we live in. And this is actually quite interesting because this is a very typical northeast environment. Country parks were imposed over in industrial areas. That's kind of what the policy was in the northeast. So a lot of the kind of green space where you'd spend time with your kids are actually kind of post-industrial landscapes, and with the histories that come underneath them. So I knew all of this as a historian living, you know, in Wylam. But then I started walking with my kids, and here's my nice pictures of myself, and and walking with these kids over time, and what I wanted to start thinking about was, okay, so I was pregnant, walking through this landscape. It was COVID. I walked through every day. You know, I knew about this history. I was thinking about it, but not really. You look, you walk, you move through space. I obviously started carrying my baby through it. And then I started wheeling. But what I was started, and where the kind of interest in thinking about Wylam as an industrial area was, again, when my kids started really interacting, when they started crawling, toddling, licking, ingesting the landscape, that I started thinking, okay, well, this is interesting. What are my kids moving through? You know, we move through the banks of the Tyne. This is my child here, just on the bank, kind of, you know, picking up some soil. And it started to make me think about spaces about containment. The river regularly floods around Wylam. Floodwaters can penetrate to the ground. And, you know, I think what it kind of started making me think about is, okay, when you start thinking about crawling, toddling, and early walking, how does it change your perceptions of space, and what are the assumptions that we have as environmental historians when we look at spaces? So I kind of tried to brainstorm. Obviously, these are slightly kind of common sense. Everyone who has kids knows these things. I don't really need to write it on the board. But, you know, you don't walk through space with kids. You interact with it. My kids are constantly picking up objects. You can't think of the space as separate. You know, they get it on their hands, it gets in their mouth. It's always on shoes. It's always on objects that are brought back into the house. It's on toys. And it comes into the domestic sphere. You know, these landscapes, you know, are out there, but they're also coming inside. They're on their hands and knees often. They're crawling through spaces. They're playing. We've talked a lot about playing. This is all fine. You know, this is all part of being kids. But some of the assumptions, again, you know, social scripts, they're forgotten, they're ignored, especially around Wylam's. You know, there's areas that there are pathways for reasons. We do also have invasive species like giant hogweed is up there often, and I worry about my kids running off into the bushes, you know, giant hogweed or all of this stuff. But also what you start seeing, you know, when my kids have been crawling around Wylam, you know, you start seeing, they came up, you know, we find coal regularly, we find parts of that old industrial heritage when we're going through different walks. Like all of these things had been invisible to me, started to become visible. And I think what made me interested is it was through that process of watching my kids that I started to understand this landscape really differently, and also made me realize, really, start thinking a little bit about how I have framed landscapes without that perception. So I've always taken the kind of walking, standing perception, where actually when you start thinking about crawling, space changes again, and space and the way you think about space changes. So I know, I know Elsa said, think a little bit about the gaps. I guess this is actually more of a conversation to you guys who are experts in this area and thinking about this. But what the question I really wanted to pose was, when we start thinking about crawling, and we start thinking about crawling as a practice, what comes into focus? In terms of the discipline of environmental history where I work, what I was thinking about child mobility as it's been kind of not part of the discussion, or when it has been part of the discussion, the focus has been predominantly on histories of childhood and childhood places, but not really about when you adopt the position of a child, what comes into focus. So what can we learn when we start thinking like a child, rather than trying to think about those spaces that child inhabit, mainly adopting or inserting more of that childlike perspective into view. And actually thinking about policy and how spaces have been regulated and understood. I haven't gone too much. You probably can notice a bit of undisclosed neurosis around this presentation. I don't know, I don't want to go too much into the pollution of the River Tyne, to be honest, because, it's what are you going to do? But, part of that is when you start thinking about kids, how do the conversations about the regulation of spaces change? And how do you start thinking about, it's not just pollution of the water, but when you start thinking about riverbanks and riverbanks that kids play on, and, one good example of this is coming back to the bathing status question. They only asked us if we went in the water. They didn't ask us, if we play by the water or if we move through the path alongside or adjacent to the water. When you start thinking like a kid, you realise that those frameworks don't necessarily take into consideration child's mobility. And I remember once having a conversation with an environmental historian who works on the River Tyne, and I said, "Oh, should I be worried that we play by the Tyne every day?" And she was like, "Yeah, if I had kids, I'd just put them on a rug." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "You don't have kids, do you?" But I also don't know if she was teasing me, which she probably was. But there's those perceptions of how, when we start thinking like a child, do we need to reframe policy in certain ways we deal and think about environments? I guess is the question that I think Elsa provoked me to think about. Sorry, not blaming you, Elsa, for my presentation. But anyway, yeah. So.
Well, thank you very much, both. How long do we have? Let me see. We still have a good 15 minutes here. Again, going back just to get people's head around maybe reacting to what you just talked about. Yeah, for me as an environmental historian, there's this idea of how do you make toxicity visible to people. And I think especially about you, Liz, you use data. That's what you use. Like you use those air monitors. Yeah. But what if it doesn't, I think it was Rob maybe who was talking about this, what if it somehow doesn't translate to anything for people? So how do you translate toxicity when it's invisible? And Rebecca, you're a professional, so you know it's there, and you know what it does. But how do you translate that in ways that speaks to people who aren't in that profession?
I think that's when we have to put it into real, personalise it and show those human stories, and really give examples of people who are being heavily affected. The children living in schools in Levenshume who, there's a boy there who's hospitalised virtually once a week with his asthma. And it's stories like that that actually mean more than a number to do with the data numbers to do with air pollution. I think it's trying to personalise it, makes it a lot more, people hang on to those stories and understand it better. So, yeah.
Louise, I am giving you...
I think just to respond to Rebecca's really, and this is where I was at with a lot of my research around, I think there is a real gap. So when we talk about walking with children, particularly when I went to kind of more policy related things or, things like that, it sort of just jumped to school. and this kind of before, what happens before school, and particularly if you're on maternity leave, there's a lot of walking that happens, you know, more than probably in time than going to school. And one of the things, so I'm going to kind of do some theory, I'm a bit of a theory junkie. So one of the things that I've been really thinking about and I've been connecting with particularly is early years studies, and particularly looking at around the kind of feminist, post-human, materialist kind of literature around that kind of space-time mattering, and the kind of, I love that you talked about that, you know, you've got that physical boundary of the riverbank, but children don't care about those boundaries. And I think that's where that literature really kind of helped me, because that literature doesn't care about the boundaries either. So it's about crossing the theoretical boundaries, and how we think about the materiality of spaces in a really different way. And obviously then we need to translate that, which is the bit I'm working on, translate that into, you know, out of the theory then into kind of what kind of policymakers might understand.
Yeah, just because I also think it works the other way. It's like, what do we learn? You talked about the kind of materiality of boundaries, but also, you know, what the river doesn't respect that materiality. And being with the kids made me realize that the river is not contained. You know, it started making me think a lot more about flood, you know, regular flooding and that movement of the river. So it's actually through kids that you also learn about the kind of limitations of the policies that we come up with and those frameworks as well. So I think that was kind of what interested me, is like, how does kids change our perception of those spaces as well? So what can we learn from them?
Yeah, you two definitely have similar brains. Pauline.
There's a lot of big words that are being put about, which I'm not. I'm like, yes, materiality. I'll ask you about that later. It just is what you're kind of getting to as well, is about your real and perceived dangers, like of these spaces. Is that what it is as well? Like the physical dangers, like that kids don't respect, and then you're like, and when they're growing from 0 to 4 and 5, they're still not respecting them, and you're trying to contain your own anxieties because you want them to explore.
They don't know it's a danger yet, do they?
It's like, yeah.
I think I would have said yes a while ago, but I actually think, well, I mean, yeah, I know what you mean. I think they've learned very well, actually. Like, my kids are very well versed about, you know, I say they don't respect pathways, but they know, you know, we know where the dangers lie, actually. And they know, you know, they know how to identify things, not to, you know, so I'm not neurotic like that when I would have been, you know, when they were younger.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still young, but I've been surprised by how my neurosis has evaporated around that. But I do think what it has taught me, even if it's not a real danger, what it's taught me is to think differently about that space. I think that's what I'm getting at. I haven't wanted to dig too much into what the repercussions of some of these old sites are, or what's underneath the playground. You know, you don't really want to go into that. But what it has made me think about is those spaces as these layers of time. And I think that is only because I normally walk through space and I don't care about what's on my feet. But when my kids are like picking it up, and you know, I remember my one time we went for a walk with his recorder, and he was like digging in the ground with his recorder and then playing it, and you're like, yeah, okay, that's on the banks of the river, and you're like, all right, how much of this is real, how much is it just my perception that this environment is, you know, you're using it differently, and from you using it differently shows me that the way that we think about it is in, you know, does that make sense?
It does, it really does, yeah, thank you.
Are you ready for
I'm nervous. Thanks for both of these presentations. Rebecca, I'm also like, I mean, part of what your presentation does is it just reminds us that we learn from the kids. I mean, that's pretty basic in what you're saying, but it's like, it's profound too, you know? And so I wonder what thoughts you might have about the trickier part of like, how do we then learn from those insights and writing them into policy? Like, we as adults can learn from the kids and then have the adult conversation about policy with the people who implement policy. But what about an idea that actually included kids in the design, back to the school run, like the design of the street outside the school, the environment along the river near where you live, etc. Like, can we do that? Can we, I mean, I think yes, it's more like how can we do it? How can we do it? Without it seeming like, I think in many circles, like if you're in a government, if you go to the city council and say, we need kids to inform policy, you would be laughed out of the room, perhaps. So how do we not get laughed out of the room in wanting to bring the insights of your excellent presentation into policy discussion, actually change how things are?
Well, I think in a sense, you know, what it's taught me is less learning from the, well, it is learning from the kids, but also how, you know, a lot of policy, especially a lot of history is written without, you know, written them out. So as a historian, and I think it's not kids, it's also, I kind of feel passionate now as, you know, as a historian, as a woman historian, I've also been taught to hide my identity. You know, you hide your identity as a historian, don't want to be a mother, I want to be, you know, but actually embracing that as policymakers and saying, no, you know, putting at the foreground, like this is the voice of, as a carer, this is, you know, I know this because I've had experience with kids, but also in terms of putting the voice of kids forward is, you know, advocating for them because we understand them. I know we don't understand them because we can't remember what it's like to be kids, but we understand how they move, you know, and that's the invisible thing. So almost being advocates for them because we spend, you know, the time with them, and that at least if our voices are there, then there's no, I don't know, does that make sense? Or trust the instincts that we as carers have of knowing the children. I'm thinking, I'm kind of freewheeling here, I don't know if, I'm sure you ask the children.
Let's ask the kids what they want. Like we're all adults in this room and we're talking about children because we've got lived experience of, you know, spending time with them and knowing how it's like to try and walk through a landscape with them. But I think they're very much removed from and that very much disempowers them, and that means that then they feel disenfranchised.
But again, go forward not wanting to engage, and you've got to instill those values. I used to be a primary school teacher for 13 years, so I sort of, a lot of what Rob was saying before resonated as well. But I think the earlier you can catch them to feel like they're engaged, feel like they're involved, they want to then take that forward in their lives to do stuff. So I think that's absolutely right.
Like frustratingly, sorry.
Don't worry about the box.
Oh, the box.
And I'll get back to you, Rob.
Okay, working on projects where there are transformational behaviour change and physical change projects. There are people out there that are working, and I'm one of them, that working where you're trying to get that child-led view on, like, and they are design input. And you go into classrooms and you say, you know, imagine what the outside of your street could look like, or imagine what, you know, that high street could look like. And the ideas are flooding, and they, you know, there's people like Sustrans who go and do the big street survey with kids outside the school. See, I've got a good memory there. Thank you, hon. And like, you know, that's brilliant, and it's the toolkit's all there, and the kids go out and, you know, they map their journeys. But the really disappointing thing is that more often than not, it doesn't translate into change, and that's a political will thing, and that's where you choose to spend your money. And, you know, Rob, I'm sure you're at the kind of, you're seeing that, like at Manchester, where there's a will, there's a strategy, but the delivery isn't there yet, and if money's not flowing through to make that happen, it could happen, and then there'd be more theory and practice that people could use in more rural locations for different purposes. So that's, you know, there are people doing things, there's lots of stuff going on. I'm trying to develop a bit of a child street audit in the vein of like a Streets for All one, but with child language involved as well, to kind of map out home to school journeys. There's lots of wee things like that, but that's just, it's there, but it's not there.
And
it's
also my big thing is, again, and this is why we always talk about school-age children, is because they can verbalise. And I'm constantly like, okay, but what about either non-verbal? My child is 3.5, he doesn't really speak, but, you know, what about the children that are younger than that, how are we capturing their experiences? And I think that's where I'm going to the early childhood studies literature to start to really understand how can we capture it, whether it's in creative ways or through sound. And I think that's a really big gap, and I think that's why we see that missing in the policy, because you can't just ask. You could ask a 6-year-old, you can't ask a 2-year-old in the same way. You've got to do it in a different way. So I think that's where I'm kind of find that really interesting. Yeah. Sorry, Rob.
Rob, did you want to
finally get his friend back?
Rob.
So on that note, Manchester is currently in the process of becoming a UNICEF child-friendly city. So they're currently in the discovery phase, which again speaks to that consultation thing, constant consultation. But one of the fundamental aspects is not just the consultation, it's like you said, it's how does that consultation translate into action. So I think that, and it's a long process to become a child-friendly city, but I think moving forward, how that influences policy, certainly from the City Council, hopefully will start to shine through. So one of the things that we've done this year is a programme for primary and secondary school pupils around climate change, but I've been conscious that whilst there's loads of here's an idea about climate change, here's what climate change is, it hasn't translated into anything. So we're hoping to get some funding from a campaign called Let's Go Zero to run some school climate assemblies, and we'll essentially be able to assign, get the kids to debate their ideas, and then 6 ideas will be chosen by the kids, and they'll each be assigned money so that they can become projects. So it isn't just I said, where's that gone? It's kind of the whole thing of, well, actually that has become policy. And Stockport have done a fantastic example of this already, where they had a similar model, and 2 pupils from a secondary school in Stockport came up with the idea of having sustainable sanitary products available in schools, and Stockport Council ran with that, and they now have a grant available to all secondary schools in Stockport to make that available. And I think you really can't overstate the importance of how empowering that is as a young person. If you come up with an idea and you see that all the way through, it really is quite empowering. So that's what we want to try and replicate, but I appreciate there's loads more that needs to be done. I'm not just saying, oh, we're a UNICEF child-friendly city, we've done it now, well done us, pat on the back. But I just thought I'd mention that because it is going through that first consultation phase at the moment to pick the three kind of key areas that the kids want us to focus on in terms of policy.
Ali, is there time? Yeah. We still have 1 minute.
Yeah.
You can be our final.
Okay. I was just going to say, I think I'm probably in a minority of this room of not having any kids of my own yet. And before I started this job, I'd never worked with kids, had very minimal face-to-face time with kids, because that's just not something you do so much as a teenager and someone in your early 20s. And I think the thing that I underestimated the most when I started is how good the children and young people are that we work with at expressing themselves really eloquently, more eloquently and more passionately than I could ever try and represent them. So I think whoever said it, and I've completely forgotten, I'm so sorry, is absolutely bang on, I think it was you, is bang on about getting children directly involved in the decision making processes. So we've got Emily, who I'm pointing at, is in a couple of weeks is doing a drop-in session around some designs that were sort of designed by, was it year 7 and 8, or was it the whole, a selection of kids from the whole school?
Yeah, that's part of the Big Street survey, is that we go back and then they look at the designs that have been drawn up by the designers and Sustrans, and it's their ideas that are then put on the page, and they look and see, is this possible to actually have on the road, and will it help?
Yeah, so we've got that consultation coming up, ready to sort of get spades in the ground, as it were. And then we're launching a school street on Monday, where the Eco Council at one of the schools has created a video for drivers about why it's so important, and that's got no adults in it. It's just the young people expressing all the things that they expressed to us about why they wanted one in the first place, but just on camera so we can share it. And I think going way back to what Alison was saying at the start of the day, if I was a cynic, I would say it's much harder for people to argue on social media with kids because you feel a lot more mean doing it. Like, I expected so much vitriol when I started my Twitter for work and stuff, because it's all, well, mostly primary school age kids talking about what they want. I tend to not have like anonymous Twitter accounts effing and blinding at me as much. So I think that, you know, having children directly involved in decision making processes and stuff isn't only like a possible thing, it is like it already is a really, really good thing that we should be expanding much more widely. And also remembering that what you were saying earlier about being car free by choice, like everyone under 17 is car free, not by choice, and they are also people who don't have a vote, and they are also people who, due to whether that's their availability or finances or independence or whatever, are much less able to participate in our like democratic processes. So we absolutely need to be building in more opportunities for them to feed into consultations and policy making more directly. Sorry, that was a really long-winded one, but
Well, thank you all. I think it is time for a comfort break for 15 minutes, and then we come back for our final presentation discussion on walking with vulnerable children. Thank you.
We move into our discussion time. So the discussion time is going to be more in the room, so it's going to be a little bit tricky for the people online to take part in that. However, for the people online, I will contact people who've joined separately, and we can have conversations and make sure that those comments that have been put into the chat, John tells me they've been talking to each other in the chat, which is really nice, and this little community of people online, which is fabulous. And I just want to say again about the online delivery. We've been testing out this equipment really. This has been a bit of a pilot. We've not done this before. This has been the first time we've kind of done a hybrid streamed research event in this way. So yeah, it's been a test, and hopefully we can kind of do more of them in the future, because it is nice to be able to connect to people who can't actually make it in person, and offer that option for people who actually don't want to kind of come. I think still people are not comfortable to come into closed spaces as well, so it's good to offer that option. And I am delighted to welcome Pamela Ashcroft to speak about her work as a trustee of the charity Spoons, and I'm going to let her talk a little bit more about it. Pamela reached out to me on LinkedIn, didn't you? We kind of work in the same building. This is what happens. I always do this, connect with people on Twitter and LinkedIn, and then you realise you're in the same building. It's kind of depressing, isn't it? We're in the same city. Yeah. So is it not working? Okay, yeah, okay, I'll put it down there, yeah. Obviously she'd seen my work on the Walking with Babies and kind of wanted to talk to me about work that was not in terms of your role at MMU, but what you do kind of outside. So I'm going to, Johnson, can you speak into here because your microphone isn't working here?
Okay, so just hold on to this like a security blanket.
Yeah, like a baby. So you start like rocking.
Yeah, just tell me off. Thank you for having me, Louise, and everybody. Just before I start, is there anybody who's had a neonatal experience in the room? Because it's probably just good to cover that if somebody has. No, excellent, we can carry on. So yeah, thank you for having me. I'm going to talk a little bit to you. So first of all, I probably should have put up there that I am a service user of Spoons, and that's how I first became involved in the charity. But I am a trustee of the charity and also a peer support volunteer for them. And it's probably in a room where there are a lot of academics worth pointing out that everything in here, there are a few stats in there that I can back up. But most of this is just my own lived experience of the past 3.5 years as a mum of a neonatal baby and a trustee of the charity. So that's me with my baby. That's my second baby, and that was the first time that I'd held him. It was 4 days after he was born, because I hadn't been well enough myself to go down from where I was to the neonatal intensive care unit where he was. He has brilliant timing and was born 3 days before the first national lockdown, which I can laugh about that now, but considering when you think back to how terrifying COVID was at that point, we didn't know anything about COVID, to have a baby in neonatal intensive care is not the one, really. And also my husband was allowed to be with me I had an emergency C-section, he was allowed to be there, and from that point onwards, no, you're on your own. So it was one parent per baby, nobody really to visit me when I was in there. So yeah, pretty traumatic experience. So I am smiling on that photo, but I think it was just a bit out of sheer relief that I'd made it down that corridor. I didn't know all the trauma and the difficulty that was about to come. But there is a charity in Greater Manchester that absolutely does know all about that and does understand the experience of neonatal parents, and it's called Spoons. It's called that. Everyone goes, why is it called Spoons? It started off in Oldham. our founder, Kirsten Mitchell, had her little boy at 25 weeks, so really early in 2015, and realised that there was just no support for neonatal families. So SPOONS stands for Supporting Parents of Oldham's Neonates, and if anybody's ever worked with the NHS, once you've got a brand that the NHS knows and understands, it's worth just keeping the name. So yeah, it doesn't make loads of sense and it doesn't naturally align to what we do, but gets us the traction that we need in the NHS. And what we do, so we have peer support volunteers on every neonatal unit across Greater Manchester, which is quite a unique offering. There are regions in the country that just don't have anything like that. We have got a paid family support team now. We've got 3 members of paid staff on there, which has just been phenomenal for us. We offer trauma therapy from a therapist who understands neonatal. What you get if you go down an NHS route, it's not necessarily a therapist that understands what you've just been through. We have a really active online community support group, which I don't know if I'd be stood here today without that. There is always somebody on there when you're going, oh my God, they're making this really weird noise. Is that normal? Do I need to take them back to the hospital immediately? And we also have community groups, which include sensory play, baby massage, and our walking group, which is obviously what I'm here to talk to you about today. But those community groups are really important for the neonatal community. Yes, there are loads of baby groups that you can go to, but actually, aside from all the practicalities around going out with a neonatal baby, which I will come on to, so about worries about their immune system or just all the kit that you've got to take with you, there is that disconnect between you and other, I will say mothers, just because I'm a mum and it tends to be mums at baby groups. You know, Elliot was my second child, so there's a part of me where I'm not sure if this is maybe just because I was second time mum, but I went to some baby groups that I'd been to with my first child, and don't know if I should say this live, but I just wanted to punch the mums that were there in the face because they're there talking and going, oh, I've got the wrong teat for my bottle, and I don't know which one to use, and where am I going to get these nappies from? Which I'm not dismissing that. That is all really, it does matter. It is a big deal. But I was just stood there going, babe, not a problem. My kid nearly died. So you just, and I joke, but you just can't relate to those families that are at normal baby groups, which is why our community offering is just so important. It's really hard at the moment, and we're doing some work with Global Radio to talk about neonatal care without touching on the Lucy Letby case. Don't need to go into that, but we do a lot of work with families. So as well as all the outreach stuff we do a lot of work to help families advocate for themselves and their children. It is the most difficult thing in the world when you are not in great shape yourself after having what is probably quite a traumatic birth, to then end up on a neonatal intensive care unit, to have to engage with medical professionals using quite technical terms in a really medicalised setting. There's all sorts of beeping and monitors and wires, and to try and understand what the heck they are telling you about your baby and ultimately your baby's chances of survival, because that's what you're thinking. That is really, really difficult, just engaging with that language. Which would be hard if you were on top form. It's almost impossible. So we work really closely with the NHS to influence their policy and provision. And our experience of the hospitals in Greater Manchester and the trusts that we work with is they're really passionate that parents should play an active role in their child's care. They want to get you involved in that. So we have had a really good experience. And something else to mention, everybody who works for SPOONS, either in a volunteer capacity or as a paid member of staff, has got lived experience of neonatal care. Even our treasurer, who you might go, she doesn't need experience of neonatal care. She's got experience of neonatal care, because when we're in a trustee meeting, and be totally honest, funding is really, really hard. And when we're talking about what we might need to cut, it gets quite passionate because we know the impacts it has, and so we need for example, we need our treasurer to understand why that's passionate, and when we're saying to her, we're not cutting that, we need her to understand, and she does, on the whole. Something else to point out before I get into the walking bit, it's not rare, and it's why I asked at the start to be a neonatal parent. 1 in 7 in the UK find themselves on a NICU unit, so it's not rare. And actually 1 in 3, these stats are from Bliss, the UK neonatal charity. 1 in 3 parents of neonatal babies afterwards are left with PTSD. I've got a PTSD diagnosis myself, or some form of anxiety-driven condition. So that is really, we're not rare, but the provision for us afterwards, and actually when you're on the unit, you've got the support of the doctors and the nurses, there's a routine to it. You've also got that constant backup of knowing if anything goes wrong, you've got medical professionals. It's when you go home and they've all gone and you're like, oh, right, okay. It is when people go home that we know that the anxiety and things really kick in. So yeah, we're not rare, but the provision around us and for us afterwards just doesn't match up really. So we are here to talk about walking. And when I was thinking about this presentation, I started to immediately think of all the practicalities that come with having a vulnerable neonatal baby and getting them out for a walk. But before I come on to that, everybody's neonatal experience is very individual, very personalised, very unique. But from talking to parents, ironically, the points of trauma, people have similar points of trauma or things that they found traumatic. And I can't, this is just me guessing at that. I'm just surmising. And a lot of them involve walking. So whilst we're talking about walking as a benefit, for a neonatal parent, and absolutely some of my own points of trauma are to do with walking to see my baby. So this picture, and I don't know if you can see because of the light, it's actually a photo of a photo. So Sister Zoe Stevenson, who works over the road at the St Mary's, she worked at Wythenshawe Hospital at the time, and she took that photo for me of Elliot because I wasn't well enough to walk to go and see him, and that photo was by my bed in the hospital for 3 days. So that's the first photo I've got of my son. And the first walk, and this is really common, and maybe I found it worse because I didn't have a partner with me. The walk from the maternity unit to the neonatal intensive care unit, probably one of the most traumatic things I've ever done in my whole life. You're on a unit with mothers that have got their babies with them, so that's a bit of a killer to start off with. They'd said to me, we can put you in a wheelchair. When you feel ready to go down today, we can put you in a wheelchair. And I just wasn't ready and I couldn't do it. And it was 4 o'clock in the morning and I thought, oh God, I won't say the words that I thought because they're not allowed, not at Manchester Met. And I thought, Pamela, come on, get out of bed. So it's 4 in the morning and we're walking down a hospital corridor. All the blue lights and everything go in, and I knew which incubator he was in. A neonatal nurse came over and she said, I can get him out if you want, and you know, you can. And I was just like, wow, no thanks. And I just stood on my own at 4 o'clock in the morning in Wythenshawe Hospital with my hands on top of my son's incubator. And I did that walk down that. He was in hospital for 5.5 weeks. So I did that walk quite a bit on my own during COVID. They also had, there was a room on the walkway, and I go into Wythenshawe now as a peer support volunteer, and I still really struggle to walk past this room because it was the room that they'd clearly prepared for where they were going to house a baby if they had a baby with COVID. And obviously, whilst I wouldn't wish a baby with COVID on anybody, and they would absolutely need all the right treatment and everything. I knew that if there was ever a baby in that room, that baby was going to put my baby at risk. And so I would walk down that corridor and hold my breath until I'd got past that room. So, and I still hold my breath now, which is a bit weird, but yeah, so I think for a lot of neonatal parents, that first walk to seeing their child is one that they will probably never quite forget. This is a slightly happier photo, lovely Wythenshawe Hospital. I don't know if you can see here, so that is actually my husband, and that is the day we got to bring Elliot home. So again, it was COVID, we weren't allowed to go in together, so I'm actually sat in the car with our son who wasn't yet 2, he was like 1 and 10 months, waiting for John to bring Elliot out. But that's the only photo I've got of Wythenshawe Hospital car park, because I'm not a weirdo, we don't take hospital car park photos. But the reason why I put that photo on, and again, it's another quite traumatic walk, but the day, if you've been in hospital after a traumatic birth as a mum and you've got a child on a neonatal unit, the day that you are discharged from hospital, but your baby isn't, put it up there with worst day of my life. There was maybe one other while he was in hospital that's vying for that title, but yeah, pretty harrowing really to actually leave a hospital without your baby. I remember feeling like everybody was looking at me because, you know, that's a maternity unit, so you can see families, you know, dad's arrived with the car seat and grandparents are there and they're all, you know, that, oh, how do we get the car seat in, all of that, none of that for me. And everybody is basically just looking at you thinking that your baby's died. And I just had this overwhelming urge to go up to everybody in the car and just be like, he's not dead. But again, resisted the urge as much as I could to do that. But yeah, that again, for neonatal parents, that's really traumatic. And then the third walk to touch on, there's lots of traumatising walks, isn't there? And they're only like weeks old, is the first time that you take your neonatal baby out. So we had quite a unique experience because it was COVID and right at the start of COVID. So we had shielded for the 5.5 weeks that Elliot was on the neonatal unit, because obviously you don't want to risk taking anything onto a neonatal unit. And then when he was discharged, this doctor just took me to one side and said, Mrs. Ashcroft, which was uncomfortable because Mrs. Ashcroft is John's mum. I am not old enough to be Mrs. Ashcroft. And I was like, yes. And this is after they've made you do emergency CPR training on like a little plastic baby. That's also quite traumatic because they won't let you go home until you've done that. He said, so COVID. And I was like, oh yeah, tell me more about this. Because for us, we'd been having our own emergency, if you like. And he went, well, the thing is, there's no research yet been done onto what COVID would do to a premature baby. You don't want your baby to be the test case, so go home and shield for 6 months. Right, okay. And we did. We stayed in our house in Stockport. Almost, I didn't make it to 6 months. I just couldn't do it. So this photo, it's taken in Highfields Park in Levenshulme, which is not far from where we live. And this is going to make me sound bonkers. This is taken at 4:45 a.m. in the morning, because I'd hit the point where I was like, I cannot walk around our garden with a sling on anymore. I was worried that eldest child was just, when he did eventually encounter the general public, would just have some kind of meltdown, and I just couldn't do it. But equally was terrified, absolutely terrified of putting Elliot at any kind of risk. Did not want to see anybody at all. At this point, we'd not even seen our parents or siblings. It had literally just been us for nearly 7 months at this point. It is a wonder we're still married, but we are. So the answer was Highfields Park. It's absolutely enormous and nobody's going to be there at 5 a.m. Saw a couple of runners and the milkman, and we did that twice a week. Thank God the weather was nice, but that's obviously quite an extreme experience. There's only a small chunk of neonatal parents that lived through that COVID experience. But there are lots of neonatal parents who even now are told to go home and shield for a period, and on the World Health Organization website, on their advice to parents of neonatal babies, there's this really helpful line if you go on their website that says, if your baby catches an infection, they're at a much higher risk of dying. I mean, we know that, but it's just put so crystal clear that, yeah, that first walk out for neonatal parents is a really, really big one. And I thought this captured it. So Rebecca is another former service user who has become a trustee at Spoons, and in her work life, away from being a mum and a trustee and just Rebecca, she's a really high-powered solicitor. She's very together. She looks like she should be in some kind of like BBC drama. She's always suited and booted. I'm a bit scared of Rebecca. But I realised I needed help when my husband told me how well I'd done for managing to take Isaac for a short walk around the block. When you know a woman who is as capable, if you met her, you'd be like, oh, very capable, struggle to get out for a short walk around a block. That is how difficult it is for neonatal parents. This is not my baby, just to highlight, this is the one photo that isn't, but I have got permission for using this. So, just why is it so hard for neonatal parents to actually get out of the front door? So first of all babies need temperature monitoring. I think they tell you to, like, if you've got a normal baby, it's like one more layer than what you're wearing as an adult. Oh, the neonatal temperature controls is just next level, what they're expecting you to do. And also, if your baby, some neonatal babies have full body cooling, so their bodies are cooled right down to a ridiculous level, obviously medically supervised, and then brought back up to the right temperature. If your baby's had that, then they're at massive risk as well of hypothermia. So it's not just, oh, should we wear the hat or should we not wear the hat? It's literally like, do I need to put thermometers under their armpits before we go out? Feeding, that's also. So some neonatal babies come home with feeding tubes. My little boy did. And actually, as difficult as they are, once they come off the feeding tubes, that's even harder because their stomachs are so tiny. I think a normal baby's stomach when they're born is the size of a marble. When they are 10 weeks old, it's the size of a ping pong ball. So if you're looking at a neonatal baby, and they're normally premature babies, although not all neonate babies are, that is a really tiny old stomach. It's hard to fill. The irony is it's really hard to fill it, but then they get hungry really quickly. And so what you're feeding your neonatal baby, it might be breast milk if you're lucky, but a lot of them are on special formula that needs mixing in really small quantities. You're having to syringe it into their mouth. It's not just, let's just find a nice bench and whack a bottle in the mouth type thing. Around the feeding, you've got their medication schedule. So from the neonatal parents I know, I reckon you get sent home with about 4 or 5 different medications to give your child. Some of it's oral, some of it's via, so some of it's literally like a liquid that you dissolve, some of it and just pour it in the mouth, some of it's a syringe, some of it might be an injection, and this is all at just like mad times as well. None of it's like, it's not seamless. So that's really difficult because you don't want to go out thinking, oh, right, yeah, I'm going to have to do that syringe when I'm in Highfields Park in Levenshulme. It's just too stressful. I've mentioned the immune system and infection risk. I mean, that is just really, really scary. Elliot's ended up back in hospital twice on the back of just a common cold, nothing more than that. And I think sometimes neonatal parents can be painted as being a bit neurotic. And I would just like to, you know, divert people back to the World Health Organization website. You might kill my baby. Please don't do that. Breathing, so this is why this picture is here. So a lot of neonates babies go home on oxygen. You have to be able to read the gauge on an oxygen tank. You have to be able to set the correct amount. The main tank's obviously not a portable device, yeah? And then the bit that is portable, again, it's not great to carry. You've also got other members of the family that want to come with you on your walk, and that's practical but also emotional. You don't want to leave them at home. You've got the physical health of a parent post a traumatic birth, and then you've just got other people, because when you're on that walk, you know that old lady in the distance is going to stick her head in your baby's pram. You just know that is going to happen. So what we have at Spoons, we have a group called Spoons Little Cruisers. Jen, who is our community group leader, runs it every 2 weeks. 2 weeks partly just because of the difficulties of getting out. And we've got space for up to 20 parents and their babies to walk around Heaton Park. The whole point of it is to get them to share their experiences. So we do offer trauma therapy at Spoons, but some parents really struggle with that. It feels really self-indulgent to go, just going to take an hour every week away from my child to just sort myself out. Some of our service users have kind of described this and said it's therapy without it being therapy. It also helps because of the demographic that we serve. For some of those families and that are from certain communities, trauma therapy, just a bit of a cultural no-no. It's just a bit of, oh, that was sad, get on with it. So being able to say, I'm going out for a walk to their community and their stakeholders, if you like, that's very different. And they also get to build up a friendship and a network. So I go back to my comment about the mums at the normal baby groups. These mums absolutely get where you are coming from and all your fears and all your anxieties. They have them too. And finally, it's just about getting out in the open air because, you know, health benefits of walking and all of that. So equally, if you are not in great physical shape yourself. So that's it. I've just crammed it in at the end. There is a QR code there, shamelessly, for if people want more information, and really shamelessly, it will take you through first to the Spoons donation page because we are a small charity. But yeah, thank you. Thanks, Louise.
Am I okay to share these slides, or do you want to send me some different ones without the pictures? I don't know if you.
Share them, they're fine.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious we're moving into our discussion time now, but I just wanted to see if anyone had any quick questions for Pamela before we. Yeah.
It's a really quick one.
Ooh.
I just wondered if you could quickly give us some detail about how you, because you told us all about those challenges, which and just how you overcome those challenges with the walks.
Oh, good, absolutely. Trashing the joint. What's going on?
You become really adept, and I think that goes back to even in the hospital setting. It's really crucial. There was a nurse who, at the time, I really hated her because she really bullied me into getting involved with Elliot's tube feeding, and I was like, Sue, I am not ready for this. Like, my hands were shaking. She made, like, a neonatal nappy is absolutely tiny, and when you've got to move all those wires and everything, it's just, you're just like, oh my God. And I felt like Sue had like really bullied me into this, and I was like crying, and I just went home and I was just like, she is awful. Somebody should discipline her. But basically, and I realise now, you know, good cop, bad cop. I think getting you involved in your child's care, I think from that point is so crucial. There is just a bit where you're just like, I've got to face into this, and that translates at home. So all of those challenges, by the end of it, I was a whiz. I knew, like, I didn't need to read the bottles of the medication. I could do the syringes and tie somebody's shoes. You do just get used to it. There is no, and I remember when we were leaving the hospital and I asked a consultant, because they can't really tell you with a premature baby, I think it's around when they're 2, that if they're going to catch up with where they should be, it will be around the age of 2. And I remember saying to this consultant, is there anything that I need to do to like make that happen? And he was just like, no, if it's going to happen, it just will. And I was like, oh, flipping heck, you're a doctor. Like, that is, what? And I think it's the same for parents, that actually it kind of just happens. But equally, I think there is, when you are doing all of that stuff, it becomes very normal to you. But then when you are out in a public setting, that is not normal. And it is then, and I'm a gobby mank, so, if somebody was looking at me and my kid, God, did they know about it? But yeah, that is not the same for all our parents. And I think, so yes, you can navigate those challenges. I think the next challenge then is the public perception of you navigating those challenges. I think that then becomes the tricky bit.
Is that the power of that walking as a separate group then, so that you've got each other's back when those sort of challenges?
Yeah. I mean, and it's just, there's some comments that are just made with probably the good intentions. It's like if people say to me about Elliot, I mean, he was born 10 weeks early, and people go, oh, he just couldn't wait to meet you. I just want to poke them in the eye, because, thanks for that. Or, oh, you're home now, just forget about it. Most traumatising thing that ever happened to me, Brenda, shut up. So yeah, there's all of that. But I think the power of the collective, absolutely. And our service users, the demographic is so different, because we pull from all across Greater Manchester. So we've got, and I don't know how familiar you are with Greater Manchester, but we have people from very nice leafy Didsbury suburbs, and then we might have somebody from a council estate in Ashton, but they are bonded, common experience. You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I'm so glad that Pamela sort of accidentally saw my work on LinkedIn, because I wouldn't have known anything about her work. So thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much to everyone who's joined us online, and I will be in touch to everyone who's joined, and I will look through all the comments and we'll have a chat through them and we'll respond to those. So thank you so much for taking the time to sit at home or in your office and listen to what's been happening today. We're now going to move the conversation into the room.